If I could ask you all to please rise, and we have Pastor Zane Sturm with New Life Church going to lead us in the invocation this morning.
Good morning. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we take just a moment here at the beginning of our day to acknowledge you and honor you, Lord, and ask for your grace and your leadership and guidance, Lord, and your blessing on our county and all the important work. And so, Lord, I just thank you, God, for your faithfulness, and I bless everyone here today and the work that they're doing. Watch over us, Lord, and we just ask for your grace and your favor in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honoring the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may all be seated now. It is Wednesday, May 8th, and it is 9:06. I will call this meeting to order. We have all commissioners here. We are at 901 Leopard in the Nueces County Commissioners Court. Moving on to item D, if there are any announcements on disclosures or conflicts of interest. Anyone? And if you fail to do so, you can always announce when your item comes up if you miss something. So, moving on to item E, adopt the following resolutions, proclamations, and orders. We're going to recognize the Tolosa Midway Warriors first, if they could bring the students in. We'll let them all get lined up and in before we start. Sandra, you're going to read the proclamation, the resolution.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm going to be reading the following resolution, Commissioners Court Resolution, recognizing the Tolosa Midway Warriors baseball team, 2024 District 4A champions. Whereas the Tolosa Midway Warriors baseball team is led by head coach J.K. Moody, assistant coach Jesus Vela, assistant coach Joe Martinez, assistant coach Hunter Wessel, and team manager McKinley Moody. The team overall record is 25-5-2 and 4A district record 8-2. Whereas the Tolosa Midway Warriors baseball team consists of Josh Garcia, Caden Sikafus, Zeke Leos, Ryan Cantu, Tristan Jimenez, Richard Sanchez, Patricio Acosta, Landon Ford, Jaden Smith, J.D. Martinez, Christian Ramon, Javier Vela, Emmanuel Reyes, Eloy Rios, Nick Aguilar, Andrew Barrera, Darren Barrera, Israel Benavides, Eric Flores, Chris Franco, Will McCall, Osby Bonteo, Jackson Hermes, J.C. Arriaga, Max Lara, Zacharias Morales, Cole Christian, and J.C. Escareño. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the court hereby recognizes the Tolosa Midway Warriors baseball team student athletes for their hard work and dedication towards becoming the 2024 31-4A district champions, duly adopted by vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on the 8th day of May, 2024. Thank you,
Sandra. Commissioner Hernandez, you want to make the motion?
Yes, Judge, I make the motion that.
I'll second the motion. All those in favor say
Thank you,
aye.
Judge. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And I see the coaches back here. Would y'all like to come up and say something?
Didn't know I was going to speak. Hello, I'm Coach Moody. We would like to, on behalf of TMISD, we'd like to thank Commissioner Hernandez and the court for recognizing the hard work of our young men. 31 4A district champs is a tough feat. It's the first time in school history that we've accomplished this. We plan to have many more. We'd like to once again, thank the court and thank the commissioner for recognizing us. And thank you, and go Warriors.
Thank you, Coach.
Did you want to say anything?
Oh, yes. I thought some of the kids were going to say something.
Sorry.
Sorry. This is a great accomplishment for TM, and I'm real proud. Just so happens that I have 3 high schools in my area. I got to be proud of. So, but anytime any one of these high schools does accomplish something like this, it's something for the parents to be proud, for the whole school to be proud. So, thank you all, guys, and keep up the good work, and we'll see you at the next game.
First time in history. Okay, you've set a standard now. You got to do it again. So, okay. We have a proclamation for you if you want to come up and try to get a photo.
Comes in 3 years in a row.
Yeah. We need several years in a row. So if we could get y'all to come line up here.
The whole team, guys.
Yeah, that's everybody. And I'm sure some parents might want to take some photos as well. Yeah, some of the taller people maybe come back here.
Taller guys in the back.
We can have some of y'all go on this side too. Yeah. Trying to see if I can see everyone.
Hang on, come on in. How's that?
Okay, all right.
Good? Block it, or we'll block it.
1, 2, 3.
Yes, sir. Hopefully, a lot of W for you. Yes, sir.
Good luck, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Go get him, man. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Go do your coach. 14-year-olds. I love it. Yeah. Good luck, coach. Hey, coach, when do y'all play? Tonight? Or Thursday?
Friday at 6 in Somerset and Saturday at noon in TM.
Is it 2 out of 3 then?
Yes, sir.
Good luck. When he was like,
Hurry, guys. I think there's some things sitting there that didn't get passed around beforehand.
We had them.
got it. I was just taking the blame.
And the next one is item number 2 in recognition of Foster Care Awareness Month, May 2024. And Peyton is going to read that one.
Whereas we have a responsibility as individuals, neighbors, community members, and citizens of Corpus Christi to recognize that children and youth need unconditional love, support, security, and a place to call home. And whereas foster parents provide the love, safety, and stability that children and youth need in order to overcome past traumatic experiences so that they can reach their full potential. And whereas we must come together as a community to recognize the important role foster parents play in caring for children and youth who have experienced abuse and neglect, supporting family reunification, and building strong communities. And whereas through partnerships with families, child welfare staff, and public and private agencies, there is a collaborative effort to ensure that children and youth in Nueces County are supported and thriving. And whereas Nueces County is in need of dedicated care providers who will partner with local nonprofits and agencies to identify and connect children and youth in foster care to permanent lifelong relationships. And whereas during National Foster Care Awareness Month, we celebrate all those who have invited vulnerable children and youth into their hearts and homes, and we express our profound appreciation for all those who make foster care possible. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim May as Foster Care Awareness Month and urges all citizens to recognize the valuable service of foster families in their communities. Furthermore, we do hereby commend Agape Ranch and local partnering nonprofits and agencies for their work to raise awareness for supporting Coastal Bend foster families, foster and vulnerable children, and aged-out youth, duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this 8th day of May, 2024.
So moved, Judge.
I'll second that one as well. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And Shannon, I think you're going to speak for us. I just have to tell you, I have a dear friend who is a foster mom, and I am just so proud of the work that they do and the dedication to our community and the children and everything. It's
Yes.
pretty impressive.
Yes, we can't do it without them, can we?
Yes.
So yes, I'm Shannon Murphy with Agape Ranch, and first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to bring awareness to foster care. It's not just in the month of May, right? It's every single day. I wanted to start by sharing a handful of facts just to open your eyes. In the United States, there are 365,000 children and youth in foster care on any given day. Locally in Nueces County, we have approximately 400, and that number fluctuates every day, correct? Currently in foster care. And we don't have enough homes. We don't have enough homes in our county. So the lack of foster homes means that more than 60% of our kids being removed from our area are being placed in other cities like Houston, San Antonio, down in the valley. And what happens is that also separates sibling groups. So that adds to that trauma for that child. In the United States, nearly 20,000 young people transition out of the foster care system each year without a permanent family. It is incredibly challenging to transition out of foster care, especially without the appropriate support. The average age of a child entering foster care is 8 years old, and foster children available for adoption can wait 1.5 to 2 years to be adopted. At Agape Ranch, we want every child to experience unconditional love and understand his or her value. We work through 4 pillars of supporting through prevention, foster care, adoption, and aged-out youth. We have several programs directly supporting foster families and foster children, such as respite care, monthly foster parent day out, foster and adoption family support groups, foster family day, and a summer foster family camp. Our Thrive program supports foster youth and gives them a chance to launch well into adulthood. We hold an adoption event every May, which just occurred this past weekend. We had 59 adoption-ready foster children that came with hope to find their forever family. We're also building the ranch neighborhood, which many of you already know about. And that's so that sibling groups can stay together, even if they're not in the same house. Maybe brother or sister will be across the street or down the street. We're thrilled to announce our first foster family will be moving into the ranch neighborhood this summer. And we invite you all to our ribbon cutting for their home on May 22nd at 11 a.m. if you want to put that on your calendar.
We have court that day.
So how can people help? We always need volunteers. You can donate. Every dollar in the month of May donated to Agape Ranch will be matched up to $20,000. You can become a respite care provider, that's a certified babysitter, or even a foster parent. You can attend a fundraiser. Our annual gala will be again this September, and we always need table sponsors. So there's so many ways to support, even making a meal. Pray for these foster families because it's hard. It's really hard. So visit agaperanch.org to learn more on how you can support and be a part of our mission. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And we have a resolution.
Judge, can I
for-
just
Yes,
real
please,
quick?
go ahead.
Hannah, thanks for coming. I just really wanted to touch on, this is obviously a very important month, but I really wanted to, while you were here, to emphasize how important and the great work that Agape Ranch has done and is doing. I remember when Susan first sat in my office when I was the judge of County Court at Law number 5, and she said she was going to do this, and I kind of went, wow, what an undertaking you're undertaking, and I was honored to be one of the first letters of support, that was written on that, and have been supported throughout the years. And just want to stress, this is an amazing operation, and this is an amazing accomplishment. They got land donated, they've gotten houses donated. I mean, this is really a unique thing, and if people are interested in really doing something significant, there's all kinds of great agencies, and I don't mean to just single you out, but since you're here, I'm going to, if anyone's interested in really finding more out about this Agape Ranch concept is just incredible, because it does provide the opportunity for children to stay and live together. And the fact that you've got your first foster family moving in, it seems like just yesterday, but it wasn't, because it was, I mean, this has been going on now 10 or 12 years, I think, because I've been here 10 and I was there. So congratulations, and please give my best to Susan and everyone.
Thank you.
It's just amazing what y'all have accomplished. And really, I know it seems like a long period of time for you, but for what you were undertaking, it wasn't just like trying to go raise money at a gala. It was land, houses, so incredible. So thank you for what you do for foster children, and I hope everyone will take a look at Agape Ranch if they're looking for someone to support. So thank you.
And
very
actually,
much.
I'm glad you mentioned the timing of that. We're actually celebrating our 10-year anniversary this year. So it has been a long time coming, and a lot of prayer. Without God, we could not do any of this. So thank you so much.
Amen to that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Judge.
Excuse me, Judge, may I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Yes, I was, got to know this lady that worked with us here at the county. Her and her husband took in a family of 7.
Wow.
Because they wanted to keep them together.
God bless him.
And it's amazing what you all do. We just saw a perfect example when kids are given good guidance, good parenting, and some of these kids don't have that. But through y'all's efforts, hopefully all this can come for them, with good guidance, good foster parenting. So I appreciate what y'all do, and I know that it's well worth it.
Absolutely.
Thank you very
so
much.
Yes, thank you.
We'd like to take a photo with y'all if you want to come down to.
I've got some of our Agape Ranch
I
team
know.
here. I was going to say, Commissioner Chesney, when I started with Agape Ranch almost 5 years ago, there were only 3 of us. And our programs have grown so much that we had to hire more people.
It's always a good thing.
Yeah, you got more houses, you gotta have more people.
You don't only keep the kids, from going somewhere else. You also create jobs.
We'll take it. You get in.
You must have an awful lot of patience, and that's what it takes.
And next, item number 3, in recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month, May 2024. And Francis is going to read.
Whereas 1 in 5 U.S. adults experience mental illness in any given year, but less than half receive treatment. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly increased the number of people experiencing anxiety and depression, and the burden of living through a pandemic continues to impact our lives with unprecedented stress and uncertainty. And whereas approximately 50% of chronic mental illness begins by the age of 14 and 75% by age 24. whereas the 2022 Christus Community Health Needs Assessment found that 19% of adults in Nueces County experience depression. And whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 through 24 and the 12th leading cause of death overall in the United States. 90% of people who die by suicide had shown symptoms of a mental health condition, according to interviews with family, friends, and medical professionals. And whereas this Mental Health Awareness Month, we endeavor to turn the tragic and life-changing impact of COVID-19 into a spotlight on the growing need for systematic improvements in the mental health care system to meet the increased need as we return to some sense of a new normal. And whereas through public and/or virtual education and working together to raise awareness, we can help improve the lives of individuals and families affected by mental illness. And whereas we come together with every citizen and community to help end the silence and stigma of mental illness. Together, we can realize our shared vision of a community where anyone affected by mental health conditions can get the appropriate support and care to live healthy and fulfilling lives. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month, duly adopted by vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this 8th day of May 2024.
Thank you, Francis. And I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And I think, Heather, you're wanting to speak to us today on this. Thank you.
So thank you for having us. I am the affiliate leader for NAMI Greater Corpus Christi. That's a National Alliance on Mental Illness. I'm going to rattle off some more stats, so I apologize. And I'm going to talk about some of the stats that Francis mentioned in the proclamation. So 1 in 5 U.S. adults do experience mental illness each year, but only half of those people actually get treatment that they need. And not only that, the average delay between onset of mental illness symptoms and treatment is 11 years. And this is a shocking statistic for me. 50% of all lifetime mental illness starts at age 14, and 75% by the age 24. This is why we have to start talking about mental illness and ending stigma, and we have to start talking about it sooner, early intervention for kids. Because this is a scary one for me because I have an almost 10-year-old daughter. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 14. And I don't know why they say people. You should say people children aged 10 to 14. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that I have to talk to my 10 or 9-year-old daughter about suicide and what other people are talking about in mental illness. I'm not going to talk about any more statistics, but I hope this serves as kind of a wake-up call because this country, and actually this state, this city, this county, is experiencing a mental health crisis. Actually, I said I wouldn't do another statistic, but a 2002 needs assessment done in Nueces County said that 19% of residents have depression. That's 19%, and that's just one mental health condition. That doesn't include bipolar or schizophrenic or anxiety disorders, which anxiety disorders are the most common mental illness. That's huge. But this is why Mental Health Awareness Month is important. So thank you for having us and listening, but please talk to your friends and talk to your family and talk to your children. This is how we end stigma, is talking about it and bringing it out of the dark where stigma lives. But thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Yes. Did you say you wanted to speak, Brent?
I was just going to say, I would just thank you for what you do because you do an amazing job of keeping this issue in the public awareness. So thank you very much for everything you do and the group that you're associated with does. But I see you're online, I see what you do, and I know that's not easy for you to do, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
We have this for you as well. Would you like to come up, or y'all come up for a photo as well? Thank you.
Thank you all for what y'all do.
Good job.
Sir, thank you all.
Thank you.
I think we'll give them a second to have our correctional officers come in, please. And the police officers, if they want to all come in, at least.
I know they're not shy.
Yeah, exactly. And item number 4 is in recognition of National Correctional Officers Week, May 5th to May 11th. And Emily is going to read that one. Thank you.
There's a good little crew here. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week was first proclaimed on May 5th, 1984 by President Ronald Reagan when he signed Proclamation 5-187 creating National Correctional Officers Week to recognize the men and women who work in jails, prisons, and community corrections across the county. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week became the official name the first week in May, when in 1986 the U.S. Senate officially changed name from National Correctional Officers Week. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week has been designated as the week of May 5th, 2024 through May 11th, 2024 by the U.S. Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Prisons. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week in Nueces County recognizes correctional officers and employees for their role in safeguarding the citizens of Nueces County by providing safe, secure, and humane incarceration of offenders within their custody. Now, therefore, let it be resolved by the Commissioners Court in Nueces County the week of May 5th, 2024 through May 11th, 2024 as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. All citizens are encouraged to pay tribute to all the many correctional employees working in Nueces County for the vital public service they provide.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And I see you back there, Sheriff. You want to talk first?
Absolutely. And Chief Rios, would you join me? So Chief Rios is my jail administrator. First of all, I want to thank those of y'all wearing black and some of y'all that aren't wearing the black. This is a uniform of the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. These are our correctional officers. These women and men just got off a 12-hour shift, Judge.
Wow.
And I want to thank you, Judge, and this Commissioner's Court for your support over the years, whether it's collective bargaining support or whether it's the time that you, Judge, have spent in our jail experiencing firsthand that work environment in the jail. I'm extremely proud of the women and the men who are their brother's keeper. And that's exactly what they are, 12 hours at a time. Or actually 14 hours counting to me. But anyway, Chief Rios, if you want to say a few words, and then maybe we can get one of them to come up here and say thank you.
Please.
Sheriff, does that mean you put the judge in jail so that she could see it firsthand, or I'm just making sure?
Hey, you know what, Commissioner? She even has her own uniform.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Being a correctional officer is a very difficult job and certainly not one that is for everyone. If it was, we wouldn't have the amount of vacancies that we have. But we sustain. I've been told that the jail is like a city, and that in fact it is. But more than just a city, the jail is a family. And what you have here is the brothers and sisters that take care of not only the inmates that are incarcerated, but each other. And one of the things that I find that is so moving is that this is often a very thankless job. I know that I will be out in the community and I am always approached by someone who thanks me for my service. And unfortunately, our correctional officers don't get that same recognition because they're inside the concrete walls as well. So it is up to us and you all and everybody else in this community to demonstrate that we are grateful for the job that they do. We are very much a family. We take care of each other. I've heard many times that you cannot you cannot impact or have an impact on morale, and I disagree with that. It's up to us to help improve their morale. We have a very great staff of, our county judge, commissioners, and the sheriff, who not only provide them what they need, but some of what they want, and we're very grateful for that. So again, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this proclamation. We will continue to do Nueces County proud, do our job, keep the inmates safe, and take care of our family here as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chief. Well said. Did we elect one to come up and speak on y'all's behalf, or does?
Anybody want to say something?
Voluntold, yes.
Well, there's
25-year man, come up here.
Yes, okay.
So we have one correctional officer with us today that I guess he's close to the senior guy behind the bars, and that's 25 years. But anyway, if you just want to, nothing else, just say thank you to the Commissioners Court for acknowledging us and what we do.
Thank you for acknowledging us.
Wait. You can say more. Come on.
we follow the orders well.
Hey, Mark, did you want to say something?
He survived 25 years.
Yeah, that's right.
Keep it short and sweet.
Follow the orders well.
Hello, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Mark Villarreal, and I've been with the Sheriff's Department 20 years this year. I'm also the president of the union, and it's my pleasure and honor to represent not only the correction officers, but the peace officers in this room today. And oftentimes, we forget the sacrifice that they make every day, day in, day out. Trust me, I've missed holidays, I've missed birthdays, I've missed Christmas, I've missed all kinds of stuff in my 20 years here at the county. So just, keep them in your hearts and prayers every day. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely.
Hey, can we get a picture?
We're happy to do so.
Hey, Sheriff, let me say one thing here. I just want to say, and she was right. Somebody said sometimes people don't know what you do inside. I come from your family. I was inside the walls for 8 years in the Federal Bureau of Prisons. So I retired. My daughter's retiring as a federal correctional officer, in September. So she did 18 years inside the walls. Now she's in human resources. But it's a thankless job, sometimes people forget the stuff you put up with. When I was inside those walls too, I got spit on and called kinds of names and, all this stuff. So, it takes a lot of courage, a lot of patience, and the most thing people don't understand is you have to have a commitment to be able to do that kind of job. It's a tough job. You're not first responders out in the community, but you're responders inside the jail. Because you all respond when they need to respond. And sometimes it's not fun, right? So I commend you for the work that y'all do inside the walls. And I commend the officers for always being there for them and backing them up. And you know that you have our support. I've been there, so I know what you're going through. So, God bless you and keep you safe.
Absolutely. And
Judge, may I say something, Judge?
Yes.
I just want to thank all these people for doing what they do. I know it's not an easy job. I myself, my youngest son, Rodney Hernandez, worked with y'all for about 10 years. He was inside the jail, then he went on patrol, and now he's with DPS. But he wouldn't have gotten the experience that he got with y'all. Okay? So, and I know it's very stressful for all of you that work in the jail, but it's also stressful on your families. Mm-hmm. So thank you all for what you do.
Very good. And while you may have a jail family, you have an extended family here as well, and we commend you all for your commitment and your keeping our communities and our inmates and everything safe. So we thank you for the thankless job that you have chosen.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff.
Hey, correctional officers, front and center. Let's get a picture.
Your eyes open now.
Thank you all for what y'all do.
You said he showed up after your shift, too.
Yes.
Worried about keeping your eyes open. Morning, sir. Take care of these.
Yeah. I don't take any credit.
I think we're probably too short still.
They were going to stand back here with the too short like me.
Now you can float that way. Couple on that side.
We're good.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
Good job.
Good job. Sure. Thank you.
And then next up, we have in recognition of National Police Week, May 12th to May 18th. And Francis is going to read that one as well.
Whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated law enforcement members of Nueces County. And whereas since the first recorded death in 1786, there are currently 24,607 law enforcement officers in the United States that have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty, including 30 members of the Nueces County area law enforcement agencies represented on the Fallen Heroes Memorial. And whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., and whereas 282 new names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial this spring, including 118 officers killed in 2023 and 164 officers killed in previous years. And whereas, as part of the National Police Week, the service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty will be honored during the Nueces County area Law Enforcement Agency's memorial service at the Fallen Heroes Memorial at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. Whereas May 15th, 2024 is designated as National Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of all fallen officers and their families, and that U.S. flags should be flown at half-staff. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby formally designate May 12th through May 18th, 2024 as National Police Week in Nueces County and publicly salutes the service of all law enforcement officers in our community and in communities across the nation, duly adopted by the vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on this 8th day of May 2024.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Chief Cook, I think, do you want to speak about this one, or is Sheriff going to talk? I know you're, yes, you'll start.
Hand it off to Chief Cook. Hey, once again, Judge and Commissioners, thank you very much for the proclamation and for bringing attention to Nueces County law enforcement and law enforcement as a whole. There are about 20 law enforcement agencies in Nueces County. Between the municipal agencies, the school district, police departments, your county sheriff's office, and the constables, there are 20 of us, 20 agencies, and we're proud, we're competent, we're professional, no matter what part of the county we work in. And so this coming Wednesday, a week from today, we would be honored, Judge, if you or your designee would once again read this proclamation at 9 a.m. at the beautiful Fallen Heroes Memorial here on the north side of the courthouse.
What's the date? I'm sorry.
It's the 15th. It's a week from
Yes.
today. It's 9 a.m.
Thank you.
And so anyway, we'll see y'all then. And Chief Cook, if you have anything else, is that it?
Just would like to thank the Commissioners Court, and the community as a whole for their support. And I have lost count of the number of times that I've been out in the community and I've had people approach me and thank me for my service. I've been sitting and eating a meal and I go to pay and somebody has already paid for it. Corpus Christi is a phenomenal place to work and serve. And all I can say is we thank you for the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
We thank you, and we will definitely be there, or someone on my behalf. We have another proclamation if y'all want
Thank
to
you.
come do a photo with this one for Wednesday, sorry, for next week.
You want to vote yes?
Oh, we have a motion and
No,
a second. We
no,
already
he
voted.
just needed to add him to the vote.
I was like, I thought we voted. Sorry. Show him voting yes, please. Thank you, Brett. I thought, didn't y'all vote?
All right.
Thank you, sir.
I may have to spread out with the people right here.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all.
Thank you all for your service.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Y'all can stand on that little ledge behind John here.
Sure, if you can. She'll block us. All right, very good. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good job.
Mr. Cook? Thank you, sir.
Good work.
Thank you all. Thanks, sure.
Appreciate all your dedication.
Moving on to item F, public comment, and we have only one person signed up. Trudy, I'm sorry, I'm not going to get the last name correct.
Don't worry about that. It is a weird name.
Can you pronounce it for me?
Well, the
State
right
your
way
name
or
and
the wrong
address.
way?
The correct way,
We're
yes.
known as Perez or
Perez.
Perez, either way. But so my name is Trudy Perez, and I don't have a concern. I come as a concerned citizen. It's not necessarily one of your agenda items, but it is within the county. And of course, this is regarding the proposal of the Avena plant out there in the Calhoun community and Robstown community, where I reside within a radius. And so I have concerns that, you know, I know industry, I mean, I know businesses and things, you need growth. I understand that. But I think locations are important. So I believe this is a wrong location for this type of business. I disagree with them wanting all the tax abatements that are being discussed back and forth at different times in meetings to accomplish this. So to me, that speaks of, you know, we want profitable things, but we also, it's not a pay for it, it's kind of a money thing, you know. Their profit is more important than really community areas. Water issue is definitely a concern. We're constantly under water restrictions. We're a rural farming kind of community. And yes, we've grown in areas from a long time ago. I've lived in this community for over 40 years. So we have had growths, but this industrial type growth just doesn't seem like the right place for that. And it is a true concern. I wonder where our policies and guidelines regarding zoning. How can you, you have homeowner associations that won't allow you to do things in certain areas. Why in the middle of our community that they say we don't belong here, we don't belong there, we're just kind of out there in the middle of nowhere that you could go and stick industrial areas. And my understanding is, and I'm not real political, so it's just what you're learning. Transparency has not been there, so it's what you read, it's what you hear, it's your gut feelings, it's all of these things. What are your values? What are this? What your judgments you make on that? So it's like, where are the zoning restrictions? Where are this to protect our families, our communities, our children, our schools, our homes, with this being such proximity to us? I don't know where you all live, but I can only imagine if this was coming within a mile of your backyard, you might not be happy. Do you want an industrial plant right there? I don't think so. I think there's better areas to be considered. Do I have that answer? No, I don't. But I do think that it's a concern. I think that, that it always seems like sometimes maybe the population isn't heard, isn't truly understood, but, look for that value. Is this truly a valuable area for families to grow that have been there forever and things like that? So health and safety concerns, all of the information on your proclamations that were brought forth, we don't seem to be as healthy a society anymore anywhere in the U.S. as we used to be and stuff. So here you have an industrial plant that's coming. Is that bringing safety into our area? Is there going to be health concerns with your children, your schools, your elderly, your nursing homes, whatever is there? I see a concern there. I hope that when you're looking at these things that you're not just looking at the dollars. Look deeper and stuff. I know money is, what drives us all, but it shouldn't be the only thing that drives us. We should look at, is this really a good place? Is this profitable for all concerned? Not just a business that is basically a foreign business, is my understanding. That's evaluated and to come in for profit. And we know that they wouldn't look in this area if it wasn't profitable to them. So
Thank
please
you.
consider those things.
The timer has run out, so I'm going to have to stop you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Is there anyone else who didn't possibly have the opportunity to sign up for public comment that wishes to do so? Oh, Ms. Cranford, yes. Is she wanting, is her hand raised? Oh. Can you click on Ms. Cranford if she wants to speak? Yes, ma'am. If you would state your name and address, I think you're going to have to unmute.
Good morning. How are y'all? My name is Betty Cranford, and I'm at Wilmot Drive in Corpus Christi. All I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to start out by apologizing for my comments. I thought that at my last appearance, I actually thought y'all were aware of the RADC and the issues they were having in the RIDC with their issues as well. So I apologize because I did believe that y'all were aware of the situation. And so moving on, I know it gets old, but again, we're asking for no abatement. Alvina is applying for incentives from the federal government, and they're probably going to get them because it's a new energy, and they're very, very high cost, high dollar type incentives. And so with that being said, all we can do is request that when the time comes that y'all not issue an abatement to them. They're getting enough of our taxpayers' money without paying taxes. And so anything y'all can do to assist our cause, which is the concerned citizens of Callan and Ronstown, we truly appreciate it. Thank you. That's basically all I have to say right now.
Thank you. If there's no other, then I will move on to the consent agenda. Is there any commissioner that has any item on the consent agenda they wish to pull for further discussion?
K, please, Judge.
K?
K as in kangaroo, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Had to come up with a word for that. K as in.
Also, J, and, I.
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 Any others?
Your Honor, I need to pull out item D.
D?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd make a motion to pass the remaining items on the consent agenda besides D, I, J, and K.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item D, yes, sir?
Yes, ma'am. On item number 1 for Nueces Engineering, the amount shown as 135,084.91 was incorrect. The correct amount is 133,084.91, so it's a $2,000 reduction from the balances. The total of the two checks that we're having issued for ARPA is $229,720.54. With that, I submit item number D for your approval with the amendments as proposed.
Judge, I'd make a motion to amend as requested by the auditor and approve.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
I think that was 133,084.91 was the amendment, and then 229,720.54, just for the minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to item I. Commissioner Gonzalez, I believe that was yours.
Thank you for the report, Sally. Thank you. But can you get with me after the meeting? I still think we're missing some information here that I need. I don't know about anybody else, but and some I don't need. But can you get with me after the meeting to see if we can go over it and get a copy of the previous one we used to have before? So thank you. Other than that, thank you for submitting the report. Appreciate it.
Approve.
Thank you. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item J, approve award and execution of a construction contractor agreement, and that is yours again, Commissioner.
Yeah, I thought that's an action item, so it should be in the agenda, right? I don't know why we have it in
I think
on the
because it's
consent.
already come up.
Commissioner?
Yeah.
Our normal process is we bring the items to the court when we're awarding a low bidder, and at that time, we're informing the court of the amount at that time. And so when the court approves conditional selection of that low bidder and there's no change in price, I bring it back to y'all on the consent agenda, because at that point, we're just executing the agreement that the court's basically already approved.
Okay, so we already approved the low bidder on this one here?
Yes, sir.
Maybe we can just put something, little note in there. I think we had, don't say we had done it before as far as but anyway, when I saw that about.
So in that top sentence of the background statement, we have there on April 24th, agenda item 3E3, the court conditionally selected RXDX LLC as the contractor for construction of the Nueces County Sunrise Pond and Nature Storytime Walking Trail, and this item is just to approve that resulting agreement.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure the action item. Thank you.
Yeah, if there's ever a change, or if there's going to be some value engineering going on, then I always bring that back in the regular agenda so we can have that full discussion.
Okay, thanks. So moved.
I'll second that motion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And then item K, Commissioner Chesney, I believe was yours.
Yeah, I know the answer to this, Marvin, but if you could just put in your letter that there's not going to be any title work associated with this, it would help me, and I won't have to pull it anymore. That's it. There's no title work associated with these deals, correct?
No, tax sales and tax resales in Texas are made as is, where is, no guarantee of anything. We don't provide any type of title work, termite certificate, any of that stuff that you get.
Like I say, I know the answer, but I got
a real one.
Yeah, if you can just put it in the background so I don't have to pull it, just put there's no title work associated with it in your letter to Judge Scott, then I don't have to pull it anymore. I'd appreciate it. I just want to be clear for the record. Thank you very much.
And we've got 60 properties in this group.
The sales are going really well since y'all authorized to go online with the cooperation and the help of the Sheriff's Department. Prices are up, sale numbers are up. We're reducing the number of struck-off properties. We're down to the lowest thing we've been in several years, and I'd say by the end of the summer, we'll pretty much be out. We'll see.
That's good news,
It's
Judge.
going really well.
I would move passage based on the articulation by Mr. Leary.
Do you want a second?
Second discussion.
Yes.
I was going to ask you on the pricing, do you have a percentage or a general amount of how much you feel they're going up, the sales, now that they're online compared to the ones that were done here? Just ballpark. It doesn't have to be very specific.
Ballpark, sure. It's probably up by somewhere between 30 and 50%.
Really?
Wow.
Lots that we used to bring to y'all that we couldn't sell $5,000 or $6,000 are bringing $20,000. We sold some lots yesterday in Flower Bluff for an average of about $24,000 a piece. Vacant lots. And I know it's, the real estate market obviously has been on fire for the last couple of years, but, with the caveats involved with tax sales, no guarantee of clear title, subject to the right of redemption under Texas law, you always expect to get a little less for that, but it's still strong, very strong. We sold 10 tax sales and 3 resales yesterday. And then I think on the Deputy Calzado with the Sheriff's Office had another tax sale where the tax lien lender was the plaintiff and sold that one for the full price. So it's going really well.
Great.
Well, I know we're going to come back at some point this year and make a full collection report to the court, and we'll have all that stuff in there.
Thank you.
Right.
We have a motion and a second.
One more
Oh,
thing.
go ahead.
I think we talked about this before, Marvin. But those that buy the lots that are overgrown and got buildings that are falling down, are we requiring them to clean it up?
Well, we cannot put that in the requirement of the sale, but once the deeds are recorded, Commissioner, when I mail the deeds out to the buyers, I also email a copy of the deeds to the code enforcement departments in the county, the city of Corpus Christi, Robstown, Bishop, and if it's in the county, I send it out to the county code enforcement guys so that they can send a letter because they do have some teeth. Okay, so yeah, that's we always make that point, especially we're getting a lot of out-of-state buyers, and when I ask somebody if they're going to drag their lawnmower over here from New Jersey, they say no. I say, well, then you need to find somebody local because that needs to get cleaned up. And I think that's happening.
Okay, thanks. Well, that's good. That helps.
Thanks.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to the regular agenda, do any of you have any items to table? I have 3A18. I would like to move to the 22nd agenda.
3A18, Judge. I was going to.
Do mine first and then yours, yeah.
Oh, do you want to? Do you have others?
We have to do each one by themselves. That's what we usually do. I'm moving it to the 22nd, so I made a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And then 3A17, I believe, is your item. Commissioner Chesney and Mr. Richter will not be here today. We got confirmation.
That's fine, Judge.
Are you
I'm happy to do that. Put it back on whenever.
for the 22nd?
Yes, ma'am. Or whenever Commissioner Hernandez wants to put his back on, or whatever you want to do. Sure.
Okay.
Happy to.
So
Motion to table till the 22nd.
To the 22nd.
So why do we need Richter?
Lots of questions.
I mean, why do we need?
Because we had some meetings with him and he was going back to get us some numbers and stuff, so he doesn't have those numbers, so we can't.
We had a meeting with him?
He had a meeting with all of us individually, I think. He came to meet with me. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
But, okay, I just want to know what it was, I mean, if.
But the motion is to table to the 22nd, so we're really not supposed to be having discussions.
Right.
So there's a motion and a second.
Okay.
Second.
Can we?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
To move to the 22nd. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Is there anything else that I am not aware of, was not notified of?
I think you said you had 3, Judge. That's 2. Am I missing?
I know. I'm not seeing it, though.
Okay. Fair enough.
No, that's good
You can
to
always
go.
do it later.
Yeah, we can always do it later. Oh, there's another one that's for discussion, but it's not my table. So.
It's not your table?
It's not my item 2 table, so. Moving on to the regular agenda, 3A1, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a cooperative contract purchase under the Sourcewell contract number 040319 with Bobcat of Corpus Christi for 2 Bobcat gas utility vehicles. And Scott Cross, these are funded and
Out of my capital outlay, already budgeted.
already budgeted.
So moved, Judge.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank y'all.
The motion passes. Item number 3A2, discuss and consider authorizing and approving work authorization number 4 in the amount of $35,550.71 with ICE under master service contract for engineering services at Hazel Baysmore Park Culvert. And let me just say, for anyone else who has had the same question in this, I know ICE isn't here or anything, but this work authorization number 4 and work authorization number 5 and some later things that they just pull the next work authorization. This is not the 4th work authorization just to Hazel Baysmore Park, right?
No, this is the first for the.
Yes, but this says work authorization number 4, so it's very confusing. I was like,
It
what
says
did we
5.
do? Yeah.
Well, Judge, that was the issue, where the authorizations, they're going by,
Their office
But-
work and not,
ours.
So we need to amend it to where it's whatever ours is,
Yeah,
not
we did
theirs.
not set up a system. when
we would
first
like
started.
to set something up where it's the job and it goes work authorization number 1, 2, 3, 4 on each job if they could, because I went looking like, what in the world have we done 3 other work orders on this? So it'd be much easier on us if we could get it done that way.
Actually, it says number 5 on my backup, and I was going to ask where the funding source was. It just didn't say that. I'm sure
It's ARPA
It's
precinct
ARPA
1.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, it did. I apologize
Yes,
up top. My bad.
yes.
My bad.
Yes, so when we originally set up the master service agreements for all the engineers, it was set up with the county attorney's office in a way that each work authorization would be for a specific project. And so that's why you're seeing work authorization number 4 for this specific project. And then if there are any additional items that come to that, then those would be amendments to that single
So
work
it'd be work
authorization.
authorization amendment to 4.
Right. And
So
to
they're all
show-
going to be under 4 for Hazel Baysmore.
Correct.
Amendment 1, Amendment 2,
Right,
Amendment 3.
And then if you have another
Well, that
area of the
makes sense.
county,
Okay.
it'll have its own work authorization. What we'll try to do is make sure we're a little more clear in the discussion section to show the original master service agreement and with the name next to the number, so you can
Yes.
associate it together.
Okay, so on my sheet it says 4, and on my backup it says 5. So which one is it?
I believe it's 5, right?
I believe it's 5, yes.
Okay, so then the agenda items, and it's a ministerial, it's not a big deal,
Yes.
but it just needs to.
We'll correct that, Commissioner.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this would be work authorization number 5.
5.
And how are we going to classify that? Because Judge is right, because I get the same confusion. I'm like, I can't remember 4 other work authorizations.
Sure. One thing I've been doing as the court's been going along is I've been logging these, and so what I can provide to the court is a list of all of the work authorizations that have been given by the court with their individual project names next to those numbers.
Or just the back, or just.
And we can include it in the backup.
Yeah,
if
that would be
helps.
better, because I'm not going to, I'll lose that list
Sure,
or
sure.
whatever. So if you could just do it as each agenda item comes up and just make it more clear, then that's all I need, just in that agenda item,
Happy to
please.
do that.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we did too much discussion before motion. This is your motion, your item. Commissioner Hernandez, do you want to make the motion? for
Yes,
this?
ma'am. I'll
Yes.
make the motion. Thank you, Judge.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 3, discuss and consider acceptance of a portion of Santa Clara Drive located in the South Rim subdivision and Precinct 1 into the Nueces County roadway inventory. Juan, I believe you're here to tell us about that.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Public Works is recommending the acceptance of the Santa Clara Drive. In the past few months, we've been working with the developer and also the HOA to have this project to be constructed per the plans that the engineer of record had designed a while back. The developer and the HOA have gone together, and they hired a contractor, and They constructed approximately about 3/4 of a mile of a road, and they spent about $80,000, a little bit over $80,000 to do this. We went out there, we inspected the project during the process, and they met all the requirements that the original engineer had designed. So we're recommending the Commissioners Court to accept the road,
And have we,
along with Commissioner.
have we met, or the county attorney approved anything, since you're saying there's a HOA involved and they've spent some money and stuff? Everybody, this has all gone through and been approved and everything?
Yes, ma'am. My understanding is that, well, based on discussions that we had with emails that are going back and forth, yes, ma'am. We've been coordinating. This is pretty much the same thing we did in Rabbit Run,
Yes.
where the homeowners got together, spent some money to construct the culverts per the design of the engineer, and this is the same situation, Judge.
Excuse me, one.
Yes, sir.
So you're pretty much satisfied with the way the roads has been done?
Yes, sir, and I have a few photos, Judge and Commissioners, to show y'all of the final product. But they've done a great job. They had our contractor, Bay, and they did a great job out there.
As long as you've looked at it and you've approved it and you're willing to take care of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
They met all the compaction requirements. They went out there and did compaction requirements on the base material. They did a 2-course surface treatment on the road as per the requirements that was designed. So we're recommending it, Judge and Commissioners.
Judge, I recommend that we approve this item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, but Commissioner Matos, I believe, has a question.
Yes, sir.
No, I just kind of more comment or just observation. It seems that we are having a much, I'm going to say better approach, but a much more thorough process in doing this now.
Yes, sir.
Like, I mean, I remember, well, I'm kind of jumping ahead, but in looking at these projects, we've seen them over the years, kind of us take on more responsibility, but we had a good developer who gave us a good base to stand on and then move forward. So that's how we're able to do these improvements. That's how the county is able to take on these extra tasks, is to really help develop these neighborhoods the way that they should. So I get it. People don't understand that or really bother in understanding why that happened. Like sometimes they'll buy a home that's in a neighborhood that doesn't have this commitment from the developer. But when you've done it right, and you have a good developer to set the infrastructure in place, then we as a county can take these kind of actions. So, I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir, and you see it because you're having to deal with all these requests that we're giving you as a court, but I can't implore our developers or those who call themselves developers. Unfortunately, sometimes it's just people who buy land and then turn around and just say, oh yeah, here we go, we got lots, and just start selling them, and they're not developed right. We're getting away from that, I think, because we were dealing with that with the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. But I just wanted to comment once again that this is the way to do it. This is exactly how it should take place, and how the county can then turn around and respond to help these developments, these neighborhoods improve. So thank you for your work.
Thank you,
Judge,
Commissioner.
quick comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to piggyback on that, and I think Commissioner Matos is dead on. And one, what I'd really like to see us do is for Public Works to bring back a specific policy that we can pass as a court, so that we do this going forward. As courts change and people go off and on, we forget. But this has very much been a great way of doing this, and what it helps us is when our constituents reach out to us, we can say to them, this is how you have to do it, and this is the court's policy, and we're not showing favoritism, or we're not blowing you off. We're doing what the court has passed. So if you could get with the county attorney and bring us back something to look at as soon as possible, because I think it worked real well with how we did it on Rabbit Run. I've got a couple other projects that we're working on as well that we've already, kind of said the same thing to them. Here's what you have to do, right? It's a little more complicated with one of my subdivisions than this one. But if you could get with the county attorney and come back and let us pass something.
I thought we already had a policy on how do we accept a road from a developer?
Well, we don't. That's the problem.
It's not up to their standards.
Well, in other words, we do, but we don't have this angle, because a lot of what happens is, Commissioner, is these people come in after the developer has moved on down the road, if you will, and they're kind of sitting in their neighborhood stuck. they don't know how to handle this because it's not the developer. So this is a little bit unique, right, Juan? It's more the neighborhoods coming to us, or an HOA coming to us, or whatever the case may be. So
It won't be for the developer, it'd be more for the residents, how to
right,
handle it.
that hasn't been accepted, because there's a lot of roads out there that haven't been accepted by the county because they don't meet our standards. And then they come to us after the developer's long gone, and they say, how do we get in there? We don't really, we do now because Juan's created it, but we need it in writing. That's all I'm saying. It's kind of an extra step.
Yes, sir. I'll coordinate with the county attorney.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Moving on to item number 4, discuss and consider allowing the Nueces County Attorney's Office to speak with the Homeowners Association and developer of Stonegate Subdivision Number 2 to either sell or donate the land for a detention pond.
To allow the county attorney's office to do this. Why wouldn't she just be able to do that? No? Or he?
There's some, Cisco, you want to talk about the trouble with this property?
Yes,
That's
so- Yes, if I may. So in this property, the court had authorized our office to talk with the company related to the property. It turns out that in the deed, the owner of the property is the homeowners association and not the person that the court had been.
Oh, this is a clarification.
Yes, so this is a clarification
okay, I just
item.
didn't-
This is a clarification item.
Okay, I just couldn't get that from what I saw in the book. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that makes more sense. Second?
Second.
Sorry, he could say.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number 5, discuss and consider Nueces County collecting plat application fees within the county's jurisdiction and related matters. And I believe, Juan, you're up for this one again, because if we move forward on this, we need to know how you're going to handle it and that you can handle it within your office. And
Yes, ma'am. We've been reviewing plats for the past, ever since we've been here as a county, but I think this is more of just collecting fees for plat reviews, Judge.
And they said the policy hasn't been revised since 2009, that we might need to update our policy
Yes, ma'am.
on this and have that. I would assume we would want to have that before we start enforcing fees.
Yes, ma'am. And
Yeah.
Jenny's not here, but I know
Yeah.
we've been talking to her about it, and she had recommended that we go through this process and then modify the subdivision rules, is what she had mentioned.
Okay, so I'm going to ask again.
Yeah, that's.
If the county attorney hasn't.
Well, no, I'm going to ask again. Have we met with the development community on this? I mean, I've been asking this for months and months. Have there been any reach out to any development community to sit down and talk to them? Because we're fixing to impose additional fees on them when they think they're already paying for everything at the city. So this is the same thing I've asked. So what's the answer?
I don't think we have to ask them, Commissioner.
Well, you
I mean, this is,
well,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry, I
they're
do.
developers, they want to develop, they got to pay the fees like everybody
They're already
else.
paying them,
Hey,
Commissioner.
we impose taxes on everybody in Nueces County. We don't want to do that, but they have to pay more taxes.
I appreciate it, but I'd like Juan to answer my question first, because that was what I had asked for, and as a member of this court, and I want to know if that's been done. I've asked for it repeatedly if it's been done, and the issue here is they're already paying for all this through the city. This is an additional fee, and if they haven't been advised of it to have discussion on it, then that's absolutely, we get public input on
Excuse me,
things
Juan?
all the time. Wait, can you
Wait,
answer my
wait.
question, please?
To answer your question, Commissioner, no, we have not
Okay, and
reached
why?
out to, sir?
And why?
No, I wasn't sure the process. On my end, I don't know the process, Commissioner. I'm going to be honest with you. So,
I
guess I'm
asked
not-
you, like,
Yes, sir.
we had these meetings before. This is like the third or fourth or fifth time we've been here, and I've asked you to reach out and
Yes,
do
sir.
this, and I don't know why. Like, you do other things for other commissioners, you do things for me
Yes,
when I
for
ask
all of
them.
you, yes, sir.
I've requested that
Okay.
be
And I'll
part
take
of
care
this
of it,
process.
Commissioner. I
And
mean, if we need to do that, and I apologize for that if we didn't do it, but we'll take care of it.
Well, yeah, this is a
Bring him to
significant
court.
change.
Bring him. Have him come to
Just
court.
bring it in court, okay?
Well, they don't even know about it. That's the
That's what I'm
point.
saying, have him come to court. I mean,
They don't even know about it going on, because I've asked repeatedly that they be reached out to let them know. I've kind of tried to let them know as I see it come up, but I kind of figured somebody was going to reach out, because I've asked repeatedly for someone to reach out and meet with them, because they need to understand why we're fixing to potentially charge when they're paying all this money at the city because the issue should be, we should be getting part of what the city's doing. That was what we talked about too as a court. Why aren't we getting some of what the city's charging instead of just charging extra money on top of everything else? So if you want them to come to court, they'll come to court, but I thought they'd been
It sounds like also that maybe this needs to be brought back after we update our policy, after, I think the county attorney's office was waiting on an engineer to go through the policy to update that. It would require an engineer, not an attorney, to look at it, is what I was told.
Yes, ma'am. We've gone through our the subdivision rules, and we've given some of the items to the county attorney. I know Jenny's not here, but
I know. So
and I don't want to say something.
I know.
Yeah,
Did you want to bring this? I mean, I think Commissioner Hernandez still
Yes,
wants
ma'am. So I
to
don't wanna say
speak,
something
but
that
maybe we
she's
should bring this back when we have more information and we've worked on the policy.
Thank you, yes, Judge. We've been working at this for several months now since I brought it. I found we had an MOU since 2005 with the city, okay? And Jeannie asked the city how much have they contributed, or they're supposed to give us all of the planning money. That has never happened. The city says no, they've never have, and they never will. So that we need to impose our fees, okay? So this is what we've been working at, and Juan and Jeannie both have been working very hard at it, and this is what we've come to. And in order for us to generate new revenue, since we're in a bind with our monies, this is a new way to do it, Judge, and there should be others to where the county can generate new revenue. So, Juan, I applaud you for your efforts, and I applaud the county attorney's office. We thought this was done. If somebody needs to notify the developers, I don't know how we do that. I don't know if each commissioner should take the effort and let them know. But anyway.
It's super easy. All you got to do is contact the Coastal Bend Area Home Builders Association. They represent all the developers and builders in the area. It's one group. Very easy. It's the same group I've mentioned now for the 5th or 6th time during this process.
I remember that.
And
I think Commissioner
they need to
Modes
have
has
some input on
some
this.
comments he would like to make too, if you are both, yes.
I think we all would agree, recouping these fees are important. I love the idea. I think it's worth it. But I do agree that we need to pause until we get that engagement. Just because we can charge additional fees doesn't mean that we should. I mean, we need to figure that out because that's an extra cost being put on top of the developer when they feel that they've already paid their amount. I don't think in the end they care, as long as it's the same amount or similar amount, where it goes to, the ultimate source, whether the city or the county or split. I think they just don't want extra costs thrown on because that makes a whole big difference. But I do support what Commissioner Hernandez is trying to achieve here. But I do say let's pause, let's get the development community engaged, and once we hear from them, then we get something back from legal, and I don't doubt what the commissioner is saying as far as the city's response. So let's just see, is that in writing somewhere, or is that just kind of a phone call conversation? Can we get it in writing so that we can show this is the official stance of the city of Corpus Christi? Then we know also how to act. But I think this is an excellent idea. It's just, and I know I sense the urgency because we do need to see what are other ways to be able to bring income in out there in the community. But I would also just suggest just to pause. Not that this is bad, not that we don't support it, but just so we can figure out all these questions. So, if we can get it done before the next meeting, that would be great. But the sooner the better, because yes, this has been going on a while. I know Commissioner Nueces has been wanting to pull the trigger on this to get it going. But we do have to make sure the developers understand what's at stake here. But I will not support just adding on an extra cost to the developers just because we can. It's got to be, there's a finite amount, and that split goes between the city and the county evenly or some portion of it. Then let's just work that out behind the scenes and then bring it to court. But I'm interested to see, is that an official stance, or is that just kind of somebody during a meeting that mentioned to the commissioner or someone else, that was the official policy or the belief that the city of Corpus Christi has on sharing of the plat fees.
I
that would collect.
was on one of those
Were
meetings,
you?
Commissioner, and I don't think that was their stance. I thought, Commissioner Hernandez, they told us that we had never given them our fees. They were willing to collect them with the MOU, but we had never imposed a fee. So it wasn't that they said, no way, they're not going to do ours. We had never done that. Our part of the MOU, yes.
And it can be done, Judge, because I learned about this in a conference that we went to, and this was discussed, the platting and the fees. So, I just we need to find new ways for us to make revenue that we need.
I believe.
Just one point of clarification, Judge. I know you're saying impose an additional fee to the developers. I don't think we're doing an additional fee. If they're going to pay our fee, they won't pay the city. I mean.
Yes, they will.
Wait a minute.
Yes,
but if they're in the county, how are they going to pay the city if they're paying our fee? So the city can collect in the county area where we at, because now they're going to be charging them double, not us.
Then that will require looking at that MOU to see if they've been doing it then.
If
So
it's
I
in
don't
the
think this is ready to
ETJ.
move forward in any way, shape, or form.
But beyond the ETJ, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is for all of the unincorporated area, the
Yeah.
ETJ, the city does collect.
I know.
I mean, right, Juan?
That's correct.
I mean, so they are, it would be double. And the other question I have is, that I've also asked for, is a legal advisory on whether the city can tell us no. Because just because, and what you clarified, they're not saying no way, but I'd like to know legally why we can't get a portion of what they're already collecting. Just because they tell us no doesn't mean they're right, as we've learned many, many, many times with them. So we need a legal advisory to say, if they're charging for all these things that are in there, we should get a piece of theirs for the work we're doing.
Right.
Tell me why we can't legally, not because the city says we're not going to give you any. I mean, I want to know that too. That was again part of the request that I've made on this. So that has to be provided too, because if we can get a portion from the city legally because Juan and his staff are doing work, then we may not have to charge extra money to people, because this is extra. So that's where I thought we were headed with this before we just came out with new fees. I mean, so this is the same thing I've said before, and so I need it from legal and I need it from you, Juan. I mean, I need everybody to, because I agreed with the concept that Commissioner Hernandez is espousing, but I don't agree with the concept of just adding on fees to people and adding extra costs to the developers that will be passed through to the homeowners, by the way, and when we could potentially get it from the city. So please bring all of that back, and if you can't do it by the next meeting, that's fine, but please bring it back in a full package.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Juan.
We're going to table it or what?
I'd like to table it until
Juan brings
until
it back
all
until
of
you
this
get
is
the
brought back,
information.
which is the
Yes.
legal advisory and Juan meeting with them and finding out what we can really do and have to do on this.
I'd say we table it, Judge.
Okay. Until Juan gets all the information and brings it back, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number 6, authorize the submission to the Texas Water Development Board, Economically Distressed Areas Program to assist homes in the colonias, it says colonies, with existing septic systems that do not meet minimum county compliance or regulatory standards, and authorize the county judge as the authorized designee. Edward, I think you're going to talk about this. My only question was pointing out that this is a 70-30 on the county. The grant is a match.
Correct, Judge. This is just an abridged application, so this is just to get us into the game.
But if we get it, we have to pay 30%.
Well, we can turn it down.
Yeah.
So.
And is this for only precinct 2, or is this for countywide?
No, this is
Countywide.
countywide.
Okay.
So
that was my only 2 questions.
What I was going to say is that since Commissioner's program has taken off, we've gotten calls from everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
We've gotten calls from the Banquete area, from the Tierra Green Acres areas over there, in Commissioner Mares' area for septic tanks. So it's a very big need. The River Authority's doing about 24 of them, but they're trying to do the ones that are like
On the
right
water,
on the
yeah,
river.
on the creeks or rivers.
So that they control the waste pollution into the creeks. And so this
And my
initiative is,
hesitation is the 30% match, whether we have it. I mean, it's like, are we really going to go after something when we can't?
Yeah, like we've rejected
Yeah,
every
everything else with
application
the
thus
cash
far that we've
match.
done with any matches on it. All we've done in the last year has been matches with, grants with no matches. So again, if we're going to change direction, then everybody's going to start looking for grants with matches as they should, or we're going to stay on the course that we're on.
That's Texas Water Development Board. I mean, that's pretty much the standard is a 70-30. I mean, I get it. I mean, it is a significant amount, but if we can still get 70% and only put in 30, it may be worth it. But like we were saying, this is step one, because there's typically 2 steps with any application with Texas Water Development Board. So this is just a smaller, like you said, more abridged version. This is just to kind of see, do we qualify? Then we'll be invited to a step 2, and that's the more thorough process. So this is not the end. This is really just the beginning of the process. And so by saying yes, we're just saying, let's peek under the hood. Let's see what we got there. And then, at step 2, we could always say, no, this is not something worth doing. Or even at the end, even if you're accepted, you can still reject the money. Before, when they say, if the state says, here you go, we got this many millions of dollars for you, do you want it or not? And some communities say it's not worth it, we can't afford it. So there's still many places along the way that this court could say it's not worth it, it doesn't meet our model, our budget. But I would just warn against, I'm going to support this because why not at least start the process?
You want to see if we qualify.
See if we qualify, yeah.
And I agree. It sounds great, and if we can, it's a great thing to help. But I have to agree with Commissioner Chesney on we're setting a precedent. So everyone else we have said no cash match, and we're opening the door to anyone else that comes. There are going to be great programs as well that they're going to be asking if we can afford and we can do. So.
But we haven't accepted that, Judge. I mean,
but we're allowing them to go out for them.
They
So,
and they should be allowed to go for grants. And if it comes back to us and say we can't afford it, we can't afford it. But we shouldn't be shutting the doors to everybody not to go for grants.
yeah.
I mean,
I thought that's what we had done for grants with any cash match in the past year. But that's my only problem with this. I think it's a great I thought it was a great enough program that I've stuck a lot of my money in this as well. So I do believe in the concept, but I have a real hard time with this precedence.
and the only thing is that the 30% could be in the form of a 0% loan. So just to add a little bit more to that, to the county.
kind.
For in kind.
In kind
Well,
or
no,
loan?
A loan to the county.
Okay.
So
Okay.
low interest pay back over time.
Yes, it's still cost.
I as well have had several phone calls from people out in Banquete and Agua Dulce, in Driscoll area. And I applaud Commissioner Gonzalez for taking this on. And that's what we need to do, just find out if it can be done to help these folks. Thank you.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 No.
No. And the motion passes. Moving on to item number 7, discuss and consider unallocating Commissioner Precinct 2 American Rescue Plan Act ARPA Attorney 2 position in the amount of $170,000. That's yours, Commissioner
Yeah.
Gonzalez? And that position hasn't ever been filled or something?
No.
Yeah,
never.
so you're just
So
taking your
I
money
met
back?
with- Yeah, I met with Teresa. We came back, we're going to unallocate the funds. We're going to put them back into
I'll
the.
second your motion. Yes. Any other discussion?
Yes, I'd
Yeah,
like
go
to.
ahead.
Because it's funny, because I was actually talking to Teresa last week, I think, about doing the opposite and kind of doing what you had and kind of pointing to that example of trying to fund, because we know that there's so much work to be done in the county attorney's office, and then especially when we ask of ARPA, and especially closing out this year and even the next 2.5 years, there's going to be quite a bit of workload. And so I was thinking of going the absolute different direction, which would be to see what funding I had to be able to add another position.
But I
So-
think, that's my meeting with the county attorney was, I thought after we get our contracts all done, which we have to have done by December 2024, the lawyer's part is done.
But you can
They
put
need a
them under
cost-
contract.
Huh?
Why can't you put them under contract of some sort if you have to? I mean, I thought this money was being relied on for this position, so I'm confused as to why.
It hasn't been filled.
It hasn't been filled at all. This is a request of Jenny.
Yes.
Not my request. My request was call her and say what we're going to do with it, where you're at.
And this is his precinct funds he's taking back that he gave, that
I get
has
it, but I
not been
mean,
utilized.
I'm just
You want to
asking.
give it back, right?
If I may add, I believe there are other items on this that
That will take
continue,
care of those
that
other
that will take,
problems,
that
yes.
address that question, or that question.
Maybe-
It's
Can we just
that,
hear them all together then? Because I'm confused. Maybe it'll be less confusing. I just didn't understand
It
why
was more
how we're doing all this.
confusing. We're just giving him his money back that he's requested.
That's the motion. That's it right
Yeah,
there.
that's it.
I'm just
And it's
unallocating
his
my
money,
funds.
and he wants it
getting it
back
back.
no matter what. That's only his item.
So moved.
Yes. And we have a motion and a second on that.
Well, but I
Yes.
mean,
Teresa?
right, I get that, but like if I give my money and it's been obligated, I can't take it back. If you're saying it's no longer obligated and no one's
Has
filled
never
it.
been filled.
Right, that's what I'm trying to get to, but we know we need the work, so I'm just trying to understand what we're doing today. Since you say there's several items related, could we
yes,
just talk?
one item, for example, is item F1, relates to human resources, where if the county attorney's request was that if the attorney 2 or attorney 3 position were to be removed, that the county attorney was hoping to have that position reclassified, one of them to either an attorney 4 or to an attorney 5, to try to attract somebody to come in to do the work, because there is a need to do the work. It's been unfilled at least since both positions have been unfilled for approximately 6 months. So our office believes that if a position were to be removed and if it were to be reclassified as a 4 or 5, that it would be significantly easier to fill that position, and because the work does need to be done.
So how are you doing, with what money are you doing that?
So to the extent that the
There's
three,
countywide money that's dedicated to this as well. That's a
Right, they're two
different
separate
project.
positions.
They're two separate-
Attorney 2, Commissioner Gonzalez is funding, he has 170,000, and then there's countywide
Right.
That
funding
we
of
all voted on and gave.
370,000
Yes.
for an Attorney 3
But-
position.
But now you're classifying that to a 5, so where's that extra money coming from to go from a 3 to a 5? That's my question.
It's within the $370,000 that's already budgeted for the Attorney 3. She just
They
wants
don't
to
need any more
reclassify
money.
it to an Attorney 5, but there's still going to be savings even if they move up to the Attorney
haven't
5
filled it.
because
Yes.
it has not been
Yes.
filled.
Okay,
That's
so
correct.
that's where the money's coming from. So
Yes.
he's getting all his back. You're covered
Yes.
with what you need by
Yes.
going from a 3 to a 5, and this isn't going to hurt what you thought you were going to do. That's all I was trying to get to.
yes,
Okay.
that's an accurate summary.
That's it.
Still going to get some of my money.
That makes sense now, but this,
I do have a handout that I can provide to the Commissioners Court if you'd like.
Is that on this one or on your F1? Well,
It's on the same issue that he's talking about
Yes,
for the
uh-huh.
Attorney 3-5
I
reclassification.
don't think we did.
but thank you.
yeah, we'll do that one when we get to it. I think it was, they thought they were going to have the hole that needed to be filled, and we were taking care of that with county-wide ARPA funds. Yes, okay. So we have a motion and a second to return Commissioner Jagg's money back to his ARPA money. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 8, and I discuss and consider allocating your money now and your unallocated funds of $280,000, but I think some of these are ready to go and some of these are not from the county attorney. Are they ready to go? Have we reviewed these? There was a change and then we went back?
It's only an allocation.
Mhm.
It's not the actual contracts or agreement.
Even number 4, since it wasn't necessary, I thought.
Number 4?
On the number 8,
on the,
8-4.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not necessary.
Because
Yeah,
they
but-
have plenty of funds in the other. I know you were giving the office some money back, but there was plenty of funds in the countywide funds, so you could take
So
that
maybe
back. So if
maybe
you
hold
want to
4.
pull out number 4 until,
Yeah,
if they
yes.
need it again, we can bring it. Yeah.
I'm only there because at first they wanted it, but
Yes, but I think with the countywide allocation, they had plenty of funds to take care of it.
I'll move we approve, except for number 4, pull it out.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve, excluding item number 4 to pull out. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 9, discuss and consider authorizing and approving the sorry.
Is Lulu here?
Yes.
Lulu, you want to
Lulu.
come up? You know, Lulu, I've asked several times, I guess the commissioner mentioned a while ago, he asked several times. We need clarification on the expenses
very good
versus
point.
the remaining allocations. Because I know I have expenses, but they're not recorded. And if they're not recorded, I'm still thinking I have that money to use for whatever else. And I've gone around and I met with Teresa, you know, and it's hard to tell how much money I'm going to have in balance and how much I'm going to have in balance. So I think I sent you a memo that I needed to, or an email, that we needed to have all these expenses filled in that need to be filled in and reduce the amount of the allocations as we list expenses, so we know exactly what we have for construction.
Yes,
'Cause
we
I'm-
asked for that extra column. We had a meeting in there as well because we're giving on our countywide projects as well, our individual projects, we're allocating funds or assigning contracts that we still have engineering fees that all the bills haven't come in. So if we set aside an amount for this in the beginning, that needs to be expenses to date and expenses allocated, maybe just another column obligated or something, and the balance be the true balance. Because I'm afraid at the end of all of this, just like we met with Commissioner Gonzalez, I think Teresa went and talked to him, we may be in a bind on a lot of our projects, overspending and not having enough funds left in the balances.
And that's what I want to do because we're committed to something and we know we have the commitment.
So at next meeting, if you could bring that, we would appreciate it. On the
The other
22nd.
thing that I want to request from grants, I guess, and I mentioned this to Teresa too, I just need to know where's the line of grant works? Where do they take over? Because we still have, I feel like I'm still having to go through everybody.
Right.
You know,
That's how I feel
need to
as well.
know,
Separation.
Where's the
Yes.
separation?
Yes.
Where, I mean, grants needs to go where they're supposed to be at the point that stop, and grant work needs to pick up when they're supposed to pick up and go forward. So we know who we're responding to. I meet with grant work, but then again, grants sometimes say no, and we need to divide that line.
We do, and we need that for another reason as well, because if we're pushing work off on grant work that they hadn't initially said they would take, that is an additional cost, and those funds need to be allocated to that as well. So we can't just say grants department is not going to take care of it, let grant works do it without there being a fee and a cost. So we need separate lines of what you're doing, what they're doing, and who we report to, who we go to get those reports, I guess, yes.
And Judge, we've already requested the separate reports, Grant Works, and then our
I think just in
county
here it was
grants.
more official. We both, I think your office sent it and my office sent it as well. So, but we need that next court as well on the 22nd, if y'all could give us a true accounting of the projects and how much funds are in there and how many expenses are pending, and also separate the jobs.
Because I'm at zero, so I don't want to.
Yeah, you can't go any further.
can't
You
go
got to
any
be
further,
careful.
Judge, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So I was talking to Lulu and Anna the other day, and I was asking them the same thing about the balance. Shouldn't you, Lulu, and Teresa have the same amounts, I mean, at the same time? I mean, do y'all talk to each other and tell, you know?
I don't know. Teresa can answer that question.
Because sometimes you tell us one thing, and then we go to Teresa, and she has another balance. So I'm just of the mindset that both of you.
So Commissioner, I don't handle the ARPA funds, but what I handle are the countywide projects, but then I get called in from the commissioners on their balances. So the things that I note or that I see as far as the obligations are not included on the balances, I talk to Lulu and I talk to Anna.
So, go ahead.
So those are just things that, you know, in reviewing it, because it was like with the judge's project, the oil belt, and it was coming up for construction, and the balance on the report was not the balance that she had available. So we had to move monies around.
Yeah.
And so I explained that to both of them. We talked about it. We requested that column. We requested separating the reports out. And so it just hadn't been done yet.
I think this request will put us all on the same page with the same numbers. Everybody will have the same numbers.
But I think should be, because
Yes.
some of these countywide projects do take ARPA funds.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, a lot of them.
So
Yeah.
we all need
We
to
have
be
a
on the
whole
same
lot of them.
page with the numbers. So when I asked Lulu something, she said, well, that's Teresa's deal. I don't know what she's got, or ask you, and it turns out to be a different number. But I appreciate y'all's work, and I know it's not easy working when we do things differently. So thank you all very much.
I would like to stress on the positions. I know that Commissioner Gonzalez and Chesney did allocate some monies towards positions. There's, I guess, what I'm trying to explain is it might be a set amount that is yearly, but that's not taking into consideration any overtime or any sick over the 96 hours that we have to disperse at the end of the year. So there might be, I mean, Dale can explain as far as payroll is concerned.
The amounts given for any position don't include benefits and sick and all of that.
It does. It does not include, it does not, I did not calculate
vacation.
overtime
Oh, overtime.
or any sick days over the 96 hours that they've accumulated through the year. We need to pay those out.
So that's an additional cost.
That's an additional
We also
cost.
need those numbers then for our
Right.
countywide allocation, because we aren't getting true amounts of what we have available.
And in Workday, I don't have that authorization. I know that the auditor's office is consumed with, the projects that they have currently. I've reached out to HR, and I don't get that information.
How many employees do we still have on the ARPA?
We currently have 3.
3? And they're
And
in
2
the
of them are constables.
constables that are working all kinds of hours that are
That is
very different.
correct.
Yes,
Some
okay.
of the constables, they can't work overtime, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
But the benefits on the accumulated benefits.
And we pay
As
that
far as-
out when this job ends, even
That
with
is
the
correct.
ARPA position?
Yes.
So
So we need to calculate that into the cost. If we're not allowing
Right.
overtime, we can calculate the benefits, accumulative.
So it's hard to pin down an exact amount.
But we can get an estimate, a 40-hour week, we can do
Right.
something. Something is better than having a zero in
Right.
there and we're caught with.
Or a
again.
negative balance.
we might have
Yes.
to shut it down 3 months earlier.
Yeah.
And I did accumulate, I did put a certain amount for it to go over in case, so Commissioner Jag might have
Well, and then
some,
let me be clear too, once that money runs out in that column, they're out. There's no
Correct.
funding for it. It was supposed to be an ARPA position that was allocated by a certain amount, they're,
and I've emailed HR to start telling all these employees that time is coming up, and there are certain documentation that I need as far as ARPA is concerned.
Are we still on 7? Are we still on yours?
8, yes, okay, thank you. But next, May 22nd, we need those 2 different reports, the
Okay.
obligated expenses and the separation from Grant Works and Grant Department and County Department.
Okay, I believe I've sent that this morning.
Oh, okay, I haven't seen it.
Lulu.
Thank you. Item number 9, discuss and consider authorizing approving the selection of ICE engineers for County Road 44 Bridge Replacement Project. Commissioner Precinct 3, ARPA allocation. It's yours. Do you have anything to say? Just motion to pass?
Motion passed. I mean, this is a partnership between the county, the Nueces County Drainage District Number 2, and the city of Robstown. So this
Everyone
goes.
has approved, the county
Everyone, yeah,
attorney has
everybody's in
approved. I'll
favor,
make a
everybody
second on that
supports it.
motion. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 10, discuss and consider authorizing approving work authorization number 6. Again, we have that. It's a different project, I guess, for $31,000 with ICE under master service contract for the County Road 44 bridge replacement. It's your item. You want to make a motion to pass?
Motion.
I'll second that, or Commissioner Hernandez seconded that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Judge,
Motion
while-
passes. Go
while
ahead.
It may say ICE, Adura is working with ICE on these projects, on this project.
But ICE is our master service contract agreement with whoever they work with is allowed, correct? Yes, okay.
Judge, may I ask the court to allow me to show voting aye on number 9 too as well, please?
And 10?
Yeah, I already,
And-
she got me
okay,
on 10.
yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 11, discuss and consider allocating $300,000 of ARPA funds to Oscar Ortiz Park for the additions and renovations project from Commissioner Precinct 3's unallocated ARPA funds.
This to help ensure that.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Everything went back there.
Yes, yes. And the motion passes. Then the next one is discuss and, item number 13, discuss and consider reallocating county-wide ARPA funds that we just took back in the amount of $209,000 for an inclusive and sensory playground at the Keach Library that connects to the Sunrise Pond and Storytime Walking Trail. And I believe you're putting the rest of your $1 million towards this, but you were short a little bit. And since we unallocated the countywide funds, he is asking to reallocate $209,000 of that for the court approval.
Okay, I have a question.
We have a motion and a second. Now discussion, yes.
Just for discussion, if, and I mentioned it to Reese, I guess, and when we talked, so does this, if allows us, if we're short in one of our projects, to go to the countywide ARPA funds to be able to get some money back to finish the project?
This is what we're voting on right here.
I
So
know, that's what I'm
the
saying.
only
But I'm saying-
hesitation I would have in this is just what we found out, and hopefully we will have some better numbers next week with Lulu, because I'm afraid we have overextended ourselves already. But yes, this is exactly,
All right,
this is a
let
countywide fund that we all voted on. This came back to the county, and now he's asking us to vote again to give $209,000.
Because I got a
Yes.
couple of projects, countywide.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
and
I
you
just
just
wanna
have
make
to
sure.
bring them to court. and that's- Yeah,
But I'd like to see what Lulu has for us, you know.
absolutely.
Yes. May I request that Teresa contact me if there's any changes in numbers that, you know,
Yes.
buzz over, because right now I'm blindsided with some of this.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure she will get with you. So we have a motion and a second to reallocate $209,132 of the countywide funds to help with this extension on the Keach Library walking trail pond. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Then here's my item, number 14, discuss and consider reallocating $156,632.39 of ARPA funds to the Oil Belt Improvements Project from the county judge's unallocated funds. This is an exact scenario of what our problem was, because we went out for bids, we awarded a contract, and then we had these engineering fees. So I am making the motion to pass, but this is why I'm concerned with our other projects that we have already gone forward with.
So
We
you
really
adding
need to
more
be
money?
careful. Yeah.
She just got some back and she's spending some of it, looks
I'm
like.
spending it as soon as I get it, the same
Second.
day. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
That was 3.3 million.
Judge, just a point of, aye on the item, but just clarification, don't know who can answer it, but like my project came under, I know every project's unique, but Edward or Juan, do you all anticipate, is the market out there a little bit more favorable to us with the contractors, or does it just depend?
Well, in the case of the Trails Program, Commissioner, remember, we scaled down the project. You had wanted a smaller
Right,
scale project.
right.
We were going to go around the whole outside of the stadium.
Right.
We chose not to do that and to concentrate upon, so that's why that came in.
That's how we brought it down.
That's how we brought
Okay.
that one in a lot lower.
So it's not necessarily the market one then? Or do you see that in some of the other projects we're doing, just not ARPA related, but just in general?
No, sir. Pretty much we're seeing that the costs are going out.
They're going up.
The opposite.
Yes,
So
sir.
if we want to bring it down, then we'd have to look at trying to scale down as
Scale down
much
the
as
project.
possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, that's good for me to know, and I think for the court to know, and the public to know that we can make savings if we do try to readjust it. So, I mean, that's my commitment. I mean, that's why I was excited to see that cost savings in the Story Walk Trail. But, yeah, I mean, we have other needs, and obviously, like, I mean, I supported the $300,000 for Ortiz Park to cover the engineering costs, but that's, I mean, we want to meet those projections that we originally budgeted for, but
And
obviously the market's going up, so, yeah.
And I can't express enough that, you know, these contracts are going to be moving so quickly because of our deadline. We have to have actual numbers going forward. We need those columns done with the facts in there, so please, please work on that before the 22nd. But we have a motion and a second to allocate the $156,000 of mine to the oil belt. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And then item number 15, approve award and execution of a construction contract. This would have been the same thing, Commissioner, on the oil belt that was in the consent agenda. We pulled it out into here because of the funding change, and I didn't want to award something before we had the funding for it. So it would have normally been in the consent with the rest of those, because we have already approved the contract. We're just awarding, and nothing's changed, no prices or anything. So I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 16, discuss and consider allocation for the animal care facility project and all matters. Commissioner Gonzalez, you put this on?
Yeah,
Commissioner?
I put it because, again, I don't know, we never actually decided what we're going to do with the amount of monies we're going to use to spend on the animal control. Back in, I know at one point we had reduced it to 4.2 million, and I think one of those was Commissioner Chesney, myself, and had made a motion way back then that it was too much to spend on the dog animal control. I don't say pound, we're going to get in trouble. But in animal control, and I think it stated 4.2. It's just more for clarifications, because in June the 21st, I made a motion, and then the council paused all work, for the animal care facility project to bring it back to court on the 27th of September. Well, it didn't come back on the 27th of September. It was bypassed and oversight, whatever. So I put it back, I put it back on October the 11th. And at that time, the court tabled the discussion and consideration reducing allocations for the animal care facility project until October 25th. Motion made by Mattis, second by Commissioner Chesney. At that time, I think Commissioner Mattis requested a couple of more months to look into this. And so, but the only thing was, again, and it was not brought back on October 25th. And so it sits there, right? So that's why I brought it back, because there was still a motion that we haven't actually decided on the amount that we're going to spend. But I went back and looked. I don't know where I got this from, but and at one point from the 4.2, I don't know how we got to 3,048,372, and this was on March 23rd. Cost of escalation market continue. And so I don't know I couldn't find anything where we went from 4.2 to 3,048,000. So I just still don't know where we're at, and the map and the diagram. The people that were here the first time never came back either on the diagram to show red lines or to show value engineering, whatever. So I don't know. I just need to know where we're at with this. I mean, where we're going to go from here, what we need to do. I mean, we can't go out for bids until we have.
Can you come up to the podium?
We can't go out for bids unless we know for sure this is what the court's going to want to.
You're the one that came to the office with the plans, and that's when we looked at getting rid of the parking lot or something, right?
That's correct.
Yes.
We're looking at options to determine how we could.
I thought we cut out the back parking lot, and that's how we got it to the
Yes,
3.9.
ma'am.
It was like 300,000 benefit or something.
Yeah, there was portions in the front of the parking lot. I think one of the entrance got cut out. Some of the parking spaces got cut out or removed, deleted, and then also some parking spaces in the back part.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So it was mostly civil work that was taken out.
Yeah, and we did that because of not having to pay the architecture, engineering prices that were higher. We could delete those things easily to bring the price down, right?
That's correct.
But we never brought that to court to.
No, Judge, I don't think I'm not that I remember, Judge.
I recall the conversation was that, my commitment was to go and cut back costs, but, and that was with the court's knowledge. Now, does it show in the minutes? Maybe not. I would be interested to see if it was in the video, though, of those meetings. I don't recall, but I know that the direction was to go and find cost savings, and that was my commitment. I mean, we start off with a much higher price tag for this project and have made 2 or 3 cuts at it already, and so this was keeping in the same spirit of it. So if we didn't vote on it, or we didn't get a final vote, or if there was not a motion in there that allowed to go and adjust that, then I guess that's legal or procurement to direct us on how to approach this. But that's something that we did. The judge and I met with Juan, and we easily found, not we, but Juan and his staff found, hey, this is something that not really impact the project overall, but can have a big reduction in the price. And so that's what we went in keeping with the court's overall concern of cost for the project. So.
Okay, so from purchasing's perspective, normally whatever decisions the court needs to make on the size of a particular project and any adjustments that need to happen and whatever funding sources come to bear to make that project move forward, once all that's been settled by the court, purchasing has nothing to do with that portion of it. At the point in time when the court approves the project to move forward, then Juan, working with the engineer architect, will present those plans and specifications to me, and then I'll come back to the court normally and ask for permission to bid. There are some times, quite frequently, where we get permission to bid before those plans and specifications have been completed, but y'all have a general idea of what the funding is going to be for the project, and so that's not normally a big formality for me on the court. And actually on this project on April 24th, item 3D2, the court gave me permission to bid this project out. But I have not constructed that bid document yet, so we're in a holding pattern. And if y'all need to make any decisions, you're free to do that. Make any adjustments to the project, free to do that. And then once those are finalized, Juan will get with the engineer architect and give me the final plans and specs, and we'll advertise at that time. So I won't have to come back to get permission again to bid out.
Okay. And you already made the changes for us with the design phase when you met with us on the parking lot, right?
That's correct, Judge.
Yes.
The modifications.
Was there any changes made to the building? We discussed the building, not just, we didn't ever discuss the parking lot itself. We discussed the building.
We talked price, Commissioner.
It was all about total amount.
It wasn't about the
reducing
design.
price.
And space. We talked about
Well,
building.
all I remember is we talked about getting it under $4 million on price, and I don't remember talking. You may be right. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I don't remember talking about the building. I just remember saying we were going to get it under $4 million. That's all I recollect, and that could be wrong, but
The office has watched the
I mean,
videos.
if this OPCC is right, well, then we're way under $4 million, and we're like.
I don't know.
I don't know where he got that.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
Well, I got it from.
Yeah, I have a copy.
Okay.
You got it from me, Commissioner.
Yeah, I got it from Juan, right,
Yes, sir.
so this is
Both
the.
of them?
Yeah,
Yes, sir, I think,
thing is-
I have a copy.
I don't have it.
Yes, ma'am, I apologize.
It's like, I'm sorry, I don't have it.
Well, no, I asked for it. I just went and asked for it,
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
yeah.
I think it was a couple of
Emily,
days
yeah, no, Emily asked for it for me
Oh,
because I
okay.
wanted to see where we were at on this, so.
And this is from December of 2022, and how is this
That's what I would question.
at 3 million, and we were at 4.2 in our April or June meeting, yes. This doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, if the spirit of the court was to get it under $4 million, and we've done that, And by eliminating a parking lot according to Juan's best guess estimate, we've already approved him to go out for bids. Do we just need to, what do we need to do? I mean, do we just need,
I think we move.
I mean, we
forward
can
and
clarify
see
whatever
what
we need to. I just
We
don't.
just send it out and see if we get a good price.
Because we sent it out for bids with this, right?
Yes, sir.
Or, I mean, the bid
With
package would include
the new
this
modifications.
minus the parking lot.
Yes.
With the
Yes.
old OPCC, which is probably higher now because prices have gone up, but
I think-
at your best guess at this point would be we
I
should
think-
be under 4 million, right?
Yes, sir. Based on what we're looking at, based on the modifications, I think we estimated about 3.2, 3.3.
Okay, well, that's, I mean.
So we could go forward and see what
yeah,
we
'cause if
get
we
on
have some
bids.
extra money, then we
See
can
what
get.
we get, then we get the money back.
I'd like to make a motion, we go with 3 million for expenditures for the project. That's a lot of money too, but still, that's my motion. No, don't pass it, don't pass it.
We have a motion to limit it to $3 million and a second from Commissioner Hernandez. All those in favor?
Oh,
say-
wait, discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't, I'm not gonna, look, to me, this was I'm the first to tell you that when we all started, and when it started, let's remember where it came from. It was 8, 10, 12 million dollars. I mean, it was some huge number, and so we have.
So was the medical examiner,
No, no, I'm not saying that negatively. I'm saying that positively. We have made significant, we have shown that we are a physically conservative court by making changes already. So we have reduced this significantly from where we started. And so therefore, it was kind of a compromise, as I remember, back when we did it, to get it about 3.8, 3.9, even though I didn't love it back then. So I'm not willing to go against what we did then, just even though I might think we should. I don't want to do that because I think we all agreed on that, getting it under 4 million to about 3.8, John or Connie. I can't remember what y'all.
3.8, 3.9, 3.9. I think it was 300,000.
I don't know where you came up with the 3.9, Judge.
Excuse me.
Juan told us that we would get rid of the.
Right, that's how we.
The original amount was like $5.4 million, and y'all did downsize to the project budget was 4.2. The 200,000 came from Commissioner Modis and the prior judge, 100,000. So it was $4 million. And so when you back out Govind, what's already obligated on it, there's only $3.4 million available. So I know y'all are saying $3 million, but it's not like it's a huge gap that's really available.
So we've only got 3.4 million left after all the design stuff.
When you take out Govind.
At that point, it was pretty close, so.
But because he's already designed, like we're already, in other words, we've already paid for him to design it, right? And then, and so he came up with, or y'all came up with whatever y'all felt was going to get us in that 3.8 range or whatever they decided to reduce it by. I don't know the exact number.
4.2.
Well, but then they went down
Well,
again.
then we had a meeting that didn't come to court, yes.
Yeah, I don't know that we voted on it, but then we cut out the parking lot, which was going to get it under 4 million, right?
Correct.
So I think we ought to leave it alone.
That was the simplest way without touching the design, and that's going to be more money. That was going to be more time to actually rework the design and shrink it or modify the building itself. So we went with the lowest hanging fruit, which was the parking area, and that came from Juan's suggestion, because I said, look, without touching the design, but I want to honor the court's request, which we've done already at least twice before, to bring that price down dramatically. And we did that, and with Juan's help, he gave us, say, hey, here's a parking lot in the back that we don't really need, and I agreed. I mean, we don't need that much parking for that area, and it was a pretty simple explanation and suggestion that he gave, and once again, it honored the court's request to draw down that price below the $4 million threshold. So, I mean, I've kept with the court's request. I've never pushed back or fought back on this project at all. I agree with everyone that we need to tighten our belts on every project and not spend as much as we feel that we can or should. But it came from Juan with his recommendation, and so that's why I felt that was something worth an easy fix, an easy compromise. And once again, I worry that we touch the design of the building, then it throws everything up in the air. And we've been working on this project for like 3 years now, at least, if not more. I mean, it's been quite a while that we've had Shelter Planners of America and all the discussions and all the planning and presentations. And when I have requests for this information from the media or others who are monitoring this issue, I have to go back to emails from like 2021 and 2022. So it's been quite a while that we've been on this. So, I mean, we're almost there. We've honored the court's request to make a more conservative budget, and we've done that. We just need y'all's approval just to accept do you have, is it a pretty accurate estimate, or what's the amount that we would?
I would, if I was going to say, Commissioner, I know it's 3.232 is what we have, but I would say about 3.3, just to round it off.
But at this point,
We send it out and see what we get in.
right,
See
because
if we
what
get
Teresa's saying
anything
is we've only got 3.4 left, is what Teresa's
Yeah.
saying. So I think we ought to go out for bids the way it is and hope that it comes in under 3.4.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Maris, I know how you feel, sir, and I agree, but I sympathize with you.
We have a motion, though, on the floor in a second. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Well, you know, I wouldn't mind go ahead and retain my motion to 3.4 then, if it's, we got 3.3.
That's what we have available.
We got left anyway.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
The amount available,
Right.
let's put.
Whatever the amount available, whatever the exact
Well,
amount
that's all
available
we
is.
can spend anyway, so we just move forward with the thing. We can't, we'll have to bring it back or not approve it, so I don't think we need a limited amount on it. That's all we have.
No,
Because
we
the
do
budget
limit,
is
we
already
do
there.
limit them amount.
I mean,
We need
Did the
to-
motion change, Judge?
Commissioner Gonzalez is still talking about, you
Oh.
want to change yours to 3.4?
Yeah,
What's the exact
3.4, we
amount?
said we have 3.3, well, you got 3.4.
436.
It's 3,484,000.
I second that.
It's not even 3, yeah. I mean,
4? 34?
486.
I just think we ought to just,
I mean,
We
just-
don't set, I mean,
sorry.
and especially until we get back next week with true actual, you know, I know you pulled that up right there. That's a quick number. We have about that much. I hate to set exact numbers on here because we're
Right.
going out for bid.
Yeah, I would
We've already,
just-
I mean, let's come back if it's more than that and we vote against it. We vote it down and change it up some. We value engineer it, whatever we do with everything else. But I think that.
So let me see, might as well go out for bids on the hilltop then, and then we'll see what we get.
Yep.
What's the difference?
We did,
The
and we
difference-
didn't
Let's
have
go out-
enough
let's go out
money.
for
We
bids and
did
see
go
what we
out.
we did go out for
We
bids,
did go out
Commissioner.
for
It was
bids for them.
$1.5 million
And it was too
over.
much.
We'll
Yes.
Go out for bids again.
Not the way it is. I don't support that.
But we're not talking about that. The
No.
item right here is
On the
the animal
agenda.
care facility. Do you want to move forward with your motion, the 3.4?
Yeah, I do.
You have a motion. Are you seconding?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
Oh, no, I'm
No.
sorry. No, I'm a no, Judge.
You're a no?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion fails. So now, the motion, we don't need a motion because we've already approved to go out to bid from last time, so there's no motion necessary.
Correct.
Yes.
There's nothing additional needed from the court for us to move forward.
Okay.
And we'll bring back whatever the bids are.
And we only
and-
have the set
and-
amount that we can spend, the 3.4 or whatever exact amount that is.
Right,
So,
and
yes.
I would offer some advice maybe when we're speaking about
know.
projects and allocating monies. I like round numbers is fine, but when y'all get real specific and start talking about OPCCs, I don't like talking about that before I'm about to put a bid on the street because we're going to isolate probably the numbers we're going to get.
Good
But
point.
they're public,
3.4
it's
is
public
what I
record,
said.
though.
Yeah.
I mean, any document he produces is a public document. So
Yeah.
I mean,
But,
and that's a
by,
whole
by
number,
rule,
too.
y'all are limited to spend what's available, and
Right.
you guys will make that decision when the time comes, and then send back for value engineering if we need to bring it down, or reject all bids if it's just out of the ballpark. Y'all have all those afforded to you each time we bring out a bid. So thank you.
Thank you. Item number 19, discuss and consider the following clarification on existing court policy and all related matters. The agenda items, Commissioner Chesney, this is your item.
It's pretty self-explanatory. If anybody's got questions, I'm happy to answer. I provided the backup that indicated that the court may designate an agenda clerk who is responsible for compiling the items to be placed on the agenda, and the court may also prescribe the manner in which the items are to be submitted for such inclusion. It's just a simple,
It is a simple thing, but
I thought it was already out there, honestly, but
we
apparently
have
it's out there
it
for other.
somewhat, and my office already takes care of that and contacts everyone when you don't have backup. We try to get backup. We call consistently to try to get backup. Let me be clear, though, I'm worried about this one, and even if it moves forward, if we create a policy, the Texas statute says that any one of these commissioners and myself have the authority to put an item on the agenda. If you all vote, I would like for this to be unanimous, and I still have instructed my staff, if you don't have it, we're calling the commissioner to remove that item. We will not remove commissioners' items from our agenda.
Well, there's no point in doing it if you're not going to follow the direction of the court.
It's the Texas law.
No,
I can't.
no. Let's talk about Texas law. The Texas law says we have to post it clearly, and we have to have backup for the public to see. If we are violating Texas law by not doing that, all this policy does is bring us into conjunction with Texas law, because we are violating it by not posting it properly. That's a violation of the law. So we are doing that regularly.
Table it when we come. We
but
don't
we're not doing it right. We're violating the law, Judge.
Okay. But let's see if y'all it needs a unanimous vote.
It doesn't need a unanimous vote, Judge. This is a policy that it goes along with the law, and if we're going to vote against policies that violate the law, then let people vote against those and let it stand on that. And if the policy fails, then everybody can violate the law. But I'm not going to continue to do this. This isn't right what we're doing. We're not.
I do understand. We have a requirement on what we post legally. Yes, I do understand that.
That's a legal requirement.
Where does the line get drawn? How do we do that?
So under Texas law, each member of the court must be permitted to place on the agenda any item of his choosing. That I'm quoting from a Supreme Court case and an Attorney General opinion. I'm citing to that. While the court could adopt policies, that's what the Texas law requires.
But what does the Texas law require in regards to posting? Everybody has a right to do it. There's also a law that says you have to do it right.
Let him answer. He's going to answer.
Regarding posting, your obligations under 551 under the Texas Open Meetings Act, there is no requirements related to a backup under 551, but 551 does require that there be sufficient notice to the public so that the notice can have a reasonable understanding of what item is going to be discussed.
And that's
so how
not
do we,
in the discussion or
so we're not doing that. We're posting things that don't even, there's things on here that have no backup. We don't know what we're discussing. It's not clear to the public. So how do we overcome that? If this isn't the way, then tell me how the way is. Because, I mean, I'm tired of getting items with no backup, and then everybody gets mad because I ask questions about them because we have no backup. So the only way I can ask, and so then we end up tabling them. We're not showing the public what we're doing. We're not doing this right. This isn't transparent. This isn't open, and we're doing it regularly. And we griped about it with the prior judge. When we were here before, we all griped about the fact that that's what the prior judge did all the time, and now we're doing it again ourselves when we griped about the fact that that's what so how do we not pass a policy that we've all complained about in the past when it was the prior judge doing it, and now we're doing it some, and that's not right. And you know what? I messed up a couple times. I tabled my item immediately because I inadvertently didn't get my backup in. Wasn't intentional, but I tabled it because it was the wrong thing to have on there. So I'm just trying to get something on here that says we can't do it, and the judge can pull it off if it's not done correctly.
And my biggest problem is we contact everyone to try to get this done. We are contacting people. This has to be posted Friday by 4 o'clock, and we are contacting people Friday at 3 o'clock. We are waiting on this stuff all the time.
Yeah, and you're here till 8 o'clock at night getting the agenda out because you don't have the right backup. That's not fair either. I'm tired of not getting my backup till Saturday or Sunday because I'm not telling my assistants to sit up here till 8 o'clock at night waiting for the agenda to get done because people aren't getting backup in right. That's not right. But let's just do it right.
What's the obligation of the county attorney's office, though? I mean, should they be the one? I mean, do we police ourselves? Should you all have some part of the process? I mean, I know the judge does everything that's needed, but I am concerned with the spirit that this takes us into that makes it seem arbitrary. I do understand that we should follow what state law requires, but also I don't want to see it to where it's nitpicking or because I have an issue with with that particular item that I'm going to have it removed. But I think we are required to have backup so that the public understands and the fellow members of the court understand what's the background or the background, what is needed on there. So I understand that part. But where does your office come into play with the judge, or should we just rely on the system that we have? Or
well, under the current system, it seems to remedy when there's insufficient notice. When there's insufficient notice, you'll vote on the item and you'll table the item so the item doesn't get discussed. The wording gets readjusted and it gets reset on another day. There's a procedure in 551 to discuss the setting of an item, and that's what you'll do, and that's what you've done in the past. I believe that's what everyone up here has been saying during this discussion. So that remedies that situation. Regarding the placement of an item, that's a placement of a backup. That's a policy that the court has, but that isn't required under the Open Meetings Act. And it seems like generally the items are being posted on most of the items.
Right. It can be background. It doesn't have to be 14 pages of backup. It just can be a background that clearly articulates. That's all.
Maybe this is just a reminder for all of us, and you should be policing yourself. Your staff should be policing you. And in the future, you all know the rules. We know the rules, so we shouldn't have to contact you. If you're not going to have it, it just gets moved to the next meeting.
I agree with the judge.
Okay. Then. So you're not going to call anybody anymore. We're just going to table it, right? Because that's the problem is we're waiting. I'd like to get my agenda. I read my agenda over the weekend. If I don't get my agenda till Saturday or Sunday because y'all are up here till 8 o'clock at night, and I'm not going to make my assistants sit up here till 8, and you shouldn't either, Judge. How do we remedy all this?
Well, the bigger issue for me with that is we have departments that turn theirs in that I have to approve. They have 8 days out, 5 p.m. You all have way too much time to turn yours in. Maybe we limit that to Thursday at 5 or Wednesday at 5. Friday at noon is not working because people still put it in at 3 and 4 and everything else. We're still there at the last minute. I would say it needs to be, Thursday at 5. It needs to be time so that I know y'all have other meetings and y'all have places to go. Believe it or not, we have meetings in my office as well. I have other obligations that I've got to leave for too. So it is very difficult with this and to try to be fair to everybody. So I would like something.
But when is the deadline for department heads?
Tuesday at 5 o'clock.
And when do you do agenda review?
Whenever we can fit it in. Thursdays, it depends.
Then how can the deadline be Thursday at 5 if you're doing agenda review?
That's what we always add y'all's in and have to do another review on Friday because y'all's come in late.
So it needs to be Thursday at noon then instead of 5?
Thursday at noon, we could do agenda review Thursday afternoon. If we have any backups or things that we need to review before 4, we could do it Friday. Thursday at noon, I could live with, and we would be very pleased.
I would make a motion that the deadline for the Commissioners Court to submit their items with their background and or backup would be Thursday at noon.
Judge, if I may say
before the
something.
Meeting.
Yes.
Sorry.
I second that for discussion, yes.
I totally agree with you. The voters put us here to be responsible for the county. And we as elected officials should act responsible and get everything that the court needs to make this Commissioner's Court happen. And if we don't, then it's our fault. Shame on us. And when it comes up, it just needs to be tabled.
Thank you. So we have a motion for commissioners to turn in their items in our policy by Thursday noon before the posting of Friday. Yes. I guess, is that 4 days out? 5 days? I guess the other is 8 days out. How many days is that? Because sometimes we have special meetings. We got to do it by number of days. Wednesday is the meeting. Tuesday. Or somebody with some.
What is your asking?
It's 8 days on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so that's 6 days.
So we said Thursday.
6 days by noon, on the 6th day by noon. So if the other is 8 days, good grief, Connie.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. All those.
This is for court.
This is for
Commissioners Court.
For Commissioners
6 days
Court.
prior.
Members of the court
The weekend,
submit by
we
Thursday.
post it on Friday, so it's really a day prior. But we have to.
Prior to current.
Yes, because the regular agenda items, other departments have to turn it in 8 days prior at 5 p.m.
Sure.
Yes. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
where we were going to have a lot of special meetings, but, I mean, because some issues just come up late, and we try to still meet the
But this is for regular
deadline,
meetings.
but
There's still a way, but that should be the exception, not the regular. There is a way to get things on. We can add agenda items up until then.
I'm just giving worst case scenario. It's not like
Yeah.
I don't support it. I'm just saying.
When we say worst
I
case
worry.
scenario, it becomes the practice. So we want to
I
get the
got you.
practice to be Thursday at noon, and just exceptions, like if there's a bill that has to be paid, or if there's a contract that we're going to lose that's going to cost the county money that someone didn't get approved. We have already made rules in the policy where the county judge can allow that to be added into the agenda before it gets posted, with all the information from the county attorney and approval as well.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
One more question. Sometimes we get requests from school district asking us to, like we did this morning, put a presentation for their baseball, football team that has Excel, and it doesn't mean exactly when we're supposed to do it. Can we tell them, well, it's got to be for the following week?
For the next meeting, yes, that we tell people all the time that when it's too late or something, we tell them we can get you on the agenda and we like to recognize your organization because it's a great thing, but we can't get it on this week's agenda. So, yeah, it would have to be the next available meeting. And then we have tried, as per commissioners have asked me to do, to keep that down. I know it didn't look like it with a lot of stuff going on, but we're trying to keep our meetings from being so lengthy. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Item number 20, discuss and consider discussions with the City of Corpus Christi regarding the use of 1/8 cent sales tax. Commissioner Chesney, I know this is your item agenda, and I know you're just wanting.
Yeah, Judge, I think you and Commissioner Motez went and met with the city. I don't know if you want to talk about that in executive session, or if you want to do that out here, or how you want to do it, because obviously this is a very important issue. And I actually read something today that I think the court needs to be aware of, because when we're talking about...
Yeah.
What's that? But I don't know if you want to do it back in the back first.
No, I think
okay.
everything
Yeah,
in
no,
the open. Yeah.
So I got this today that I thought was really interesting, and I need to find it. But the amount of revenue that this potentially generates for whoever gets it, because there's 2 1/8 cent sales tax, it's millions of dollars we're talking about. So it's not something that we should not look at pretty significantly, because in the vein of, as what Commissioner Hernandez was saying earlier about trying to generate additional revenue, this was something that, and I'm trying to say this as nice as I can, failed miserably before under Prop A, because I don't think it included people all over the county, right? There wasn't public input. There wasn't really say on what we wanted. I've had calls saying the county should try to grab this and use it for drainage, for roads, for, different things that I think could be a positive, for this county. And certainly I would prefer to partner with the city and not have a competing ballot initiative on the agenda or on the ballot. But at the same time, if they say no, they don't want to partner, then to me at least, it's a no-lose proposition for this county to at least try, because if theirs fails and ours passes, then we get it. And that's millions of dollars potentially that these 2 1/8 cent sales tax proposals represent. And if the city keeps putting propositions, and again, I don't mean this rudely, I know it sounds like it, but if they keep putting out propositions that the citizens don't pass, then why wouldn't we want to try to put something that the citizens might think is a good idea? So I'll throw that out to let everybody weigh in on and see what you think, because
First, our meeting that we attended, they were not very happy with us because we didn't call them and ask for a meeting or set it up. We put it on the agenda, and I think they were kind of blindsided by it. So understandably, they were a little frustrated. That being said, I think that they feel like they have already gone forward. They are investing money. They have plans. They have deadlines. They have town halls and things to meet with. They think they have two important items, I guess, that they feel like will pass. I mean, to me, I think, it's unfortunate that it failed before, and my argument to them possibly in negotiations would have been maybe more like, okay, we'll try it again. If it fails, and maybe then we come in and we do it our way or something. But did you get anything different out of that, Commissioner Modas, and that meeting that we went to? I think they would have preferred a sit down before it was on our agenda.
Yeah, no,
They made it very clear.
I think that was explained, but I mean, there's opportunities that are there that I don't think got resolved, and I don't know if we need clarification. I may have a legal question on that. I mean, you were there, Cisco and Jenny, Ms. Dorsey was there as well, the four of us representing Nueces County. So I have a legal question on this. So can we take the rest of that?
Yes, regarding the legal questions, we would request that those be asked during executive session on this item.
Yeah, I just, there's.
That's fine. I'm okay going to, I'm going, yeah.
It won't take long. Just real
I'm
simple,
okay.
and we'll get an answer, and then.
And I think, they sounded like they wanted to work with us maybe on some other things or work in the future. I think they maybe felt like they were too far down the road on this project. Yeah.
And that's what my question kind of ties
Oh,
into.
sorry. Okay.
No.
So I will pull 3A20 into executive, and then we'll come back and discuss if we need to. Item number 2, or did you have anything else you want to say, Commissioner Chesney?
No, I'll just go to executive, and then
okay.
we'll come back out.
21, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates, workshop dates, and related matters. Does anybody have anything? And there's nothing necessary. Item B1, ratify the submission of a no-match grant application to the Texas Book Festival.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item B2, accept a grant award from United Way of Coastal Bend's Emergency Food and Shelter Program, Phase 1 for Nueces County Social Services.
So moved.
We have
Second.
a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item C1, Public Works, discuss and consider execution of work authorization number 3 with Turner Ramirez Architects for the Calderon Health and Wellness Center renovation. This is yours. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Out of my budget.
That's out of, yes, it's in the notes. It's out of precinct 2 budget. We voted, right? Yes, sorry. I'm losing my mind.
I think so, right?
C2, approve method of procurement, request for proposals under local government code 262.0295 for janitorial services. Michael, yes.
Yes, I just want to make a clarification that code reference should be 262.030. It's just a slightly different, it's our normal practice for RFPs. I discussed it with Jenny
And I
and
know
Francisco.
last year we cut this way back because of our budget. Is this the same thing? Is this a change or anything to this, the contract?
I think what Juan wanted us to do is let's go out to the market and see what we have available to us.
okay.
We came
Open
to a
it up
time where
to-
the contract was coming to its first natural opportunity for the county to opt out, and so we're trying to see
So are
what
we going to add in some more of that with our proposal when we go out? I know there's, it wouldn't be the same, would we go back to maybe the same, more services that we had before?
Yes,
I know it
ma'am.
was a bad time in what we did, but I know it's the cleaning services here. We need help, and it's what we had to do last year. I understand that. so.
That's correct. Judge.
Yes, okay. So I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a
Judge.
motion and a second. Yes, go ahead.
Can I make a request on 3C1, the
Let's
Turner Ramirez?
finish
Yes,
this
ma'am,
one
I'm
first,
sorry.
since
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And you wanted to say something about C1,
Yes, ma'am, on the C1.
Turner
I know-
Ramirez Architects?
Yes, ma'am, I know there was like some minor tweaks to the authorization.
You got to speak in the microphone back.
There are some minor tweaks to the authorization.
Is it changes in
Three-
amount or changes in
No,
design?
just changes in the civil language in the contract, but it's not, the amount stays the same.
And the county attorney's office has already approved that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, then,
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that
Okay.
on you.
all right, are you saying okay?
Which item is this?
C1, Public Works on the
Yes.
Calderon Health and Wellness. You've approved that and it's good?
Legally
Yes.
sufficient.
Okay, then we don't need to bring it back. We're good.
Sorry, Judge.
That's okay. Thank you. Item D1, discuss and consider conditional selection of Keith Skarupa for farmland lease for county airport and related matters.
So moved.
We have a motion. I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. There's only 3 of us in here, so.
I'm good.
Okay. Item D2, discuss and consider conditional selection of RDO roofing and construction for the courthouse roof improvement projects. And I think you need to talk about that one, don't you, Michael?
Yes. We received 4 bids on this project, and we received a recommendation from Govind, which Juan is affirming for RGO roofing. Their bid is within the project budget, I understand. And we had one bidder that did not sign their bid, and so they're considered non-responsive. They also didn't provide a bid bond, which also adds to the non-responsiveness. And then we had one other bidder that was in between, which was RBT Roofing. And I understand that the architect and engineer both had an issue with their bid because it didn't specify skylights in their bid, and that's a big portion of this project. And so the only one that they could really feel comfortable recommending was RGO Roofing. And my understanding from talking to Juan is that that company is a very good company. They've been on SAM.gov for over 15 years. I believe, where are they located?
Wait, wait, we got $1 million worth of skylights, because the difference between RGO and RB2 is $1 million. Because if we got $1 million worth of skylights, we need to can the skylights.
Well, Commissioner,
The heck?
no, well, Commissioner, let me rephrase that. I'm sorry, Marco. On that, Commissioner, the RBT submittal did not have an allowance included in their schedule of values. And in addition, they didn't have.
Didn't have a what?
An allowance. There's an allowance that's part of the bid.
Allowance for what?
There's just an allowance in there for if there's any, because.
Oh, you mean a contingency?
Yes, sir, there's a contingency in there.
Okay.
Yes, sir, there's a contingency in there.
And how much contingency did our RGO
Well,
have?
what we did is, well, not we, but what the engineer did is they included like approximately like a $200,000 contingency in the contract. And then there's also another item that was not included, and it was some lighting protection. The lighting protection was not included also in the proposal, the schedule of values. So there was 2 items that were not included in the schedule of values for RBT. So the only one that had a complete schedule of values was RGO.
And then what was wrong with the other 2? I'm not the high one, the other low one?
The low one, the first one, they didn't sign their bid, and the bid bond, they didn't submit a bid bond.
Okay, so let me get this straight. We're going to potentially do away with a $2 million difference because not signing a bid and not providing a bid bond is considered incomplete? So we couldn't reach out and say, where's your bid bond, and sign your bid?
No, we can't. Not signing your bid is a non-responsive bid. And
Well, then we should reject this. I mean, this is $2 million of difference. $2.4 million. Like, I mean, it may be a terrible bid, but how do you expect me to vote for a $2.4 million difference because someone did some ministerial things wrong? That doesn't make any sense.
So without a signed bid, Commissioner, with all due respect, we don't have a valid offer from that company.
Well, then we can reject all bids with all due respect,
Yes.
Michael, right? Okay. I'm not.
This is not a new rule.
I
This
didn't
has
say
been
it
going
was.
on for quite some time.
I didn't say it was a new rule, but we can reject the bids is one of our options.
Yes, certainly.
That's all I asked. So, I mean, That's a,
So what you have before you is, we tried to explain and be transparent as to the way the bids came to us and what we were allowed to evaluate. And so based on what we were seeing and what we're allowed to evaluate on, the recommendation is only going to be for RGO because that's the one that filled all the blanks in correctly, had all the numbers in, it still fit within the budget, and that's why I believe that Juan is supporting the recommendation that the architect had for this as well.
I think technically you're correct. I think technically you've done everything technically correct, but then as policymakers,
Yes.
stewards of the money that we protect, a $2.4 million difference, it's a little staggering not to maybe reject these bids and go back out. I mean,
Or the second one, the RBT roofing, if they just didn't do a contingency of 200,000, or they didn't have it written in there, is that what you're saying, you rejected them?
So, no, I didn't make that
I know,
rejection.
you didn't, I was talking to Juan behind you,
yeah.
I'm sorry, he's looking at me like.
Yes, ma'am. Well, not that we're rejecting them, Judge. We're saying
I know,
that, we're
or
just saying that.
passed over, yes.
Yes, ma'am. So in other words, the other contractors submitted, or I say other ones, but the RGO submitted the 200,000, right? And they did submit the lining protection, but if this contractor didn't submit this as part of their bid, then to me is also, I look at it as an incomplete proposal. So that's the only reason, Judge. I mean, if not, I mean, if they would have submitted it, then it would have been okay. And then just to answer your question regarding the skylights. On the skylights, I had seen a report when I got here. The skylights, an architect had estimated for us to replace those skylights was about approximately close to $2 million. The estimated cost from from Goldwyn and also David Richter was also close to $2 million. So if you look at the proposals, and I don't know if I should say this or not, but if you look at the proposals, just itself is $2 million to do the skylight. So just to kind of give you an idea.
Did South Texas Metal Roofing have skylights in theirs?
No, sir.
They didn't even have them included.
Okay,
So then it would be our RBT roofing.
Right, and I guess maybe, and again, this is something, look, I'm not saying, I wish I could catch everything timely, but again, and I get that we're down the road on this, but maybe we shouldn't have designed this roof with $2 million worth of skylights. I mean, I get natural lighting is important, but holy crap, like again, how do we, I mean, and again, I missed this. I make mistakes, I miss stuff, but then to throw good money after bad once I detect it is not something I like to do either.
And just to let you know, Judge and Commissioners, when my first year that I got here, there was a report that was written by an architect, and I'm not going to lie to you. There's a report that was written up for an architect, and the skylights have met their lifespan. In other words, they have met their lifespan, the lifespan of the structure. So that structure is not, it's already met its lifespan. It's not meeting the new code requirements, the new windstorm code requirements. So that's the reason why I would recommend replacing the skylights, because the skylights aren't meeting the new windstorm.
Why couldn't you just replace the, I'm saying, why wouldn't you just replace the skylights with roof, or some of them, and cut down, because if that's the way it sounds like it's an extraordinary expense to add skylights instead of just roof.
Well, it's not just replacing the glass, it's also rehabbing a structure, a beam structure for the skylights that needs to get replaced.
Right. No.
So there's stuff in there that needs to get done.
No, and I'm not asking it right, my fault. If we would have designed this without the skylights on this round, would that have been a significant savings if all we did was put back a roof? That's what I'm wondering.
You would have a savings, but why put a roof and then come back and tear the new roof in order to fix the skylights?
No.
He's talking about doing away with the skylights.
Let's say we
just pretending like we never had them.
Oh,
put a total new, close it up.
Or just close out the skylights?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
would that
that's
have
another. You're going to have to design the construction of how to do the roof closure.
I'm asking you, in your professional opinion, if you believe, had we done it the way with no skylights to begin with, would it have been significantly less expensive to just to go back and put a roof on?
Yes.
Yes.
So
I'm sorry. Yes.
That's okay.
So how much have we paid for design already on this?
I think it's close to 700, 800, something like that.
So shame on us again. Yes.
Right, but I mean, so again,
I think.
Once we detect something, do we just go forward and say, oops, our bad, we designed it wrong, let's go ahead and spend an extra $2 million on skylights? Or do we go back and spend $100,000 to, I don't know, to redesign and do a roof that saves us $1 million?
Keep in mind, this is ARPA money too. You go back and have to do design and go out for bid and everything. How long was this out for bid too? How long did
I think it was 60 days, Judge. It was out for 60 days.
So we're
60
cutting
days.
down to the wire on that too. Just FYI.
I get it, FYI, I know, I mean, but $2.4 million is a big FYI, and $1 million is a big FYI too.
And I'm not sure what the monies were that were allocated for this project when the court authorized us to bid it out.
I think it was all ARPA.
It is.
Right, 100% ARPA? Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
And so,
But think if
even though there's
spend it all, we'd have more money.
Even though there's some disparity in the two, the numbers that came in with this third bidder is still within the monies that were allocated for this project. So
The money, what did you say that last thing?
I'm saying that even though the prices appear differently from the other bidders are missing some items, which might account for some of that difference. And that price is still within the amount that was allocated by the court for this project. So you're not going above what y'all allocated for this project.
Oh, I know. What's alternate 1 and 2? Since those were bid
Those
also?
were for the jail buildings.
Oh, you just bid
And
them
the
as
annex.
alternates.
We wanted to get a price. I understood the court wanted to find out what the pricing might be to include those.
So if we did, that's the other thing too. If we ended up coming back with a lower bid on the base bids, we might be able to do alternate 1 and 2.
Yes,
Just throwing it out
Judge and Commissioners, just want to let you know, there is a section of the roof that's, I call it the TPCO roof, that's already, when we get high winds, it's already blowing up. It's already, the one as you go out to the sheriff's department to the left on the second floor. So the urgency on this roof needs to be.
On this roof and
Well,
that
the one going
building.
out towards,
Yes,
yes, ma'am.
yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Not the jail roof,
it needs to get
the
fixed.
court roof.
Yes, ma'am, it needs to get fixed.
Excuse me, Juan. The court didn't give you any kind of directions, what to bid on, like, do without the skylights and not to do this?
No, sir.
I mean, so it'd be kind of late for us to start looking into that now if we've done it all. So that's all I want to know. If we had given you directions to do it or not to do it.
And Judge and Commissioner, just want to let you know, I know we're talking about rebidding this project. I think the numbers are out there. So the prices might go up, so just want to let you know.
I also want to make sure y'all were aware, when it came apparent to me that they were going to recommend not the low bidder, RBT Roofing, I sent them a letter on Monday advising them the court was going to happen today and that they would have an opportunity to come and speak on their behalf if they wish to, and I guess they have not chosen to come.
I still don't, I still like a little more clarification on why we didn't choose them, since they are the low bidder that, I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to
So my understanding is it looks like they didn't
yeah.
have the lightning arrest system in their bid.
Correct.
And that's a major part of that's a big
okay.
part of the project. And so without understanding whether that was in or out, because this is a lump sum bid, so we didn't see all of how they had it broken down.
And you
And then we
didn't
asked,
contact them to see if it was
Yes, we did.
included, and it was not included?
Correct.
It's not in their schedule of values, Judge.
Okay.
We're going based on the documents that they provided to us, Judge.
Is
And-
that portion make up the difference for going with this other one? Is that kind of that high of a price?
If, and I don't, again,
We'll just try to talk with that numbers.
there's a difference, a big difference.
And maybe legal would advise the court on this in executive perhaps, but just considerations to make is if you have a bidder who's followed all the rules and has submitted a valid bid, and then you have a bidder that's like the lowest bidder is in that case where they did not provide us everything that we needed. So that's why they're non-responsive. The second bidder provided the documents correctly, but they're missing significant portions of the project in their schedule of values. And so that's why they're not considered non-responsive, but they gave us an incomplete bid. And so you just have to consider that.
Given the information and the amount of work already gone into this and the urgency for this and the roof, I would say to go with your suggestion and award the contract. I'd make the motion to do that. I don't know if anyone else has the will to do it, but I'll go ahead and make the motion just to see.
Second. For what?
To go with the RGO roofing for the $4,658,000.
And this is conditional selection again, so if the court supports it, Juan will work with the contractor and come back with a final agreement. And if there's any changes or savings they're able to achieve, he would provide that at that time.
Yeah, I would go South Texas. What's the difference? 400,000? The difference between South Texas and RBT's 400,000?
But South Texas didn't put any of the,
The bond?
well, no, they didn't skylights or bond or sign their contract or any of the, I think there was a lot of problems with that one. And this is still well under, there's going to be significant, this is under the money that we had allocated
Can
for
we go up for
this.
bids again?
Well, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
No.
3 ayes and 2 noes, so. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to the auditors, discuss and consider giving the county judge or the judge pro tem. I would like to also add in our designee, because I believe while I am away, Commissioner Chesney is going to be away, and then the third person in line will be Commissioner Mottas. So the authority to approve early release forms due to the Commissioners Court meetings. We are only going to have the next meeting May 22nd. We will have one meeting in June on the 18th, and the next one after that is July 17th.
There's
So
at least more than 3 weeks between the periods, so there are, proper pay, we need to make sure we are able to do this. You'll still be able to ratify it, but it's early release.
and they will
Motion to
still come.
approve as per the amendment recommended by the judge to say and/or county judge's designee.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. This is number 2, discuss and consider the final budget change order number 23. And this is yours, Commissioner Gonzalez, but I thought we brought this back and they said they didn't need it. Or do they need it now?
We don't need it now.
No?
Which one's that one?
On change order number 23, it's your item E2.
23. I think mine was the number 4, right? The
What are you talking about, number 4?
7, no, 3. 3.
Where are you
Two.
looking at?
Well, I don't know, we don't need, what do we need? Wait, I have some questions. What do we need? How come we don't need it?
We've already submitted our final report to the external auditors with without including the budget change order is for appearance only. There's no funds, the cash is not going to be moved, it's just the budget numbers. So it's just appearance-wise only, and we need to make sure the auditors have it for their review so they can issue their final audit reports.
Okay, last meeting here, when Lisa was up here, I think Commissioner Chesney was the one that made a motion. I don't know if it was a motion and said, come back give us more explanation. And I think I don't know if we tabled it or not, I don't remember. But then again, I understand you went ahead and submitted anyway. So that's what you're saying now, that's already been submitted. And I think we asked the auditor to come back and give us an explanation on this page that they had given us, where it says significant impact affecting the budget year in 22-23, because there were some of the things that weren't making any sense. So I still have a lot of questions on that. But evidently you submitted, it's what you're saying, right? Now it's gone, so we can't go back?
If we if you approve this, I would have to redo their audit reports and resubmit to our external auditors, which might expend their time on when they need to do their reports. And we have till the end of this month to finish our audit and submit to the GFOA.
The way it was explained to me, Commissioner, when we brought it back, because I thought it was a have to before they filed that final thing, it's just going to show some negative balances in some of the columns because they didn't transfer the money over,
And
but
even
it
with this
doesn't
change order,
really.
there'll still be some negatives because
Yes.
of our
Yes.
current requirements of auditing standards.
But I don't have a problem with negative balances. I think we need to know. We can't, this is not
There's
true
a lot,
information
you
if
know,
we're just cleaning
and
everything
again,
up.
Judge, I've gone back and looked at it. There's a lot of transfers that are being made. I know sometimes it brings us paper, they do all that, we approve it, but it's not transparent as to where is it going to.
Well, I think
Or where
it
you
would
get- where you
help
got it
us, and I know I looked this up in the Texas Government Code 114.025. We're supposed to have county auditors monthly and annual reports to the Commissioners Court.
We're working on that with Workday, yes.
I know, and I know Workday has been a pain, so I hate to bring this up, but we have to have
Yes,
some more
yes.
information. This is not information, I mean,
And we agree.
it is required by law, so we can't just say Workday anymore. We've got to figure out a way to get us this information. Yeah.
And I remember there you said Workday is going to take care of everything. You push
We're
the
only 3
button,
months in, so.
Push the button and you get everything you want, but evidently we're not. So my question also would be on, so I looked at the revenues. I know we made $7 million in revenues from the taxes, right? But they also made $5 million from investments. What investments are those?
That's the money we have from ARPA funds, from our regular bank accounts, from our COs we have in there. They all earn interest.
That doesn't answer my question. What investments are they, like from what monies from where? I mean, we invested money?
Yes.
Where?
It's the taxes, it's the interest we have. We have reserves that we were able to have. We have $45 million in the balance. We don't need to spend $45 million, so we invest $20 million, and we earn interest on
Okay,
it.
but I like to see, we invested money, where are we investing the money and where's it coming from?
And we
That
can give you
invest.
a quarterly investment report,
And
which is
how
also
much?
required, and we'll have that to you soon.
You know, because I mean, when I see that there, I say, to make a $5 million revenue income with investments, we must have, that's almost $100 million.
We don't earn $100 million.
Well, I know we
And
don't.
that is, did
I
we,
know we don't.
did we just get that in 22? Is that why it only shows up in 23 and 24? Or what did we do with that ARPA money before when we had
ARPA
it?
money's always been there. We've always invested it in short-term accounts because of the speed of how we need to spend the funds. It's either deposited in Frost Bank or Texas Class, which is our pool investment funds. They're earning 5.4% interest. Last year, I'm going to be giving you an exact list of every interest we had and where it went and how much we have.
Well, you know, and also I'm looking at expenditures, we're on 22, 96 million, 23, 109 million. That's 13 million. So what do we spend 13 million on?
Most of it's payroll.
Well, didn't say that, didn't say payroll. I didn't
85
say-
million of our expenses are payroll.
Well, again, you see, that's right. I mean, I like to know where our $13 million went to. And you can say 8 million payroll, okay, fine.
Not 8 million, 80 million.
And I'm just an example. Don't get mad and don't get upset. You know, just want you to answer my questions. That's all.
I'm asking
So the other thing, you know, I just want to know where our money is going to. And over here, when I look at this, when you give us this item here, this budget, whatever it is, this, where it says the budgets, you removed the 1 million and something from the sheriff department. Why would you do that if the sheriff department needs money?
I don't recall you. Can you show me where you're talking about? I removed 1 million from the sheriff's office.
Yeah, sure. You remove a lot of money from a lot of places.
Is that on this?
A lot of things to a lot of places.
Is that on this change order? I don't think we
23.
have that information.
The
huh?
23 there is moving the budget around.
On the
Appearance-wise,
sheriff's office you
I'm
did?
saying we don't need it.
Is that on the list? Because I don't have the list, I guess.
It's the actual
Big one
budget
for the
change
sheriff
order,
for the
Judge.
salaries.
Oh,
You
The
decreased
actual
first
budget
one
change
from
order
the-
number 23,
Okay.
it's attached
Yeah,
in
you
there.
decreased 300,000 one time for the sheriffs and the salaries. I don't know where you put it, but, let me see, I got the other one here. I just want a clear report of where I can actually tell where our money is going to, and I'll find it there in a minute, believe me. Okay, here it is. Fiscal year 22-23 financial budget change order shows large cuts in various departments, including $1,460,000 decrease in Department 3720. That's the jail, right? I think.
That's correct, yes.
The total amount of decrease to cover higher expenses is $5 million for the general fund. So why would we take from a department that really needs the money?
This is the year end. It's the final budget report. The expenses for that year are finalized. They don't need any money for that period of
Well,
time.
we would tell them, hey, you got money left over, can you use it before we take it away?
Once it's left over, they have no right to use it. Any leftover goes to reserves.
Well, again, Dale, you can't just take it away and not let nobody know that you're taking it away, and just going to do, and put it somewhere else you think you're going to need it for, because now we're taking from Peter to pay Paul, and we don't know where Peter stands at this point. So and you got a lot of them here that says add, and most of them more to the courts. So, I mean, I don't know if we added more money to the courts or what are we doing, but, I think we need to, I'm sorry, Judge, but I just need some clarification on a lot of this stuff. I just don't, I mean, not that I don't trust it, but I got a lot of questions that I haven't, that I haven't gotten answers to, that I just need to, I'm sorry, Dale, but I just need to know where our money is going to, and how it's, especially I'm concerned about the investments. If we make that much money in the investments, we must have something somewhere. That's pretty, that $5 million in investment is pretty good.
It's in reserves.
Huh?
It's in reserves.
The reserves?
Yes.
How much do we have in the reserves?
Well, last year we only made $71,000 in reserves, additional.
71,000?
71,000 increase.
Well, it's not even clear, it's not even close to $5 million.
But that's not the balance, is it?
Well, because the rest has been spent through all of our budgets.
What is our actual
Y'all
fund?
set the budget for the department to spend, not me.
What is our actual fund balance right now, Dale? I know you put here
$25 million.
28, and you've got 21, but it's not really that.
What?
It's not really 28, or it's not really
25.
25, because
some of that money is obligated, I think,
Right.
as he's trying to say. Some of that, it's not like we have access
that's
to
right.
that.
We don't access to 25, so you need to show us, hey, we got 25, but obligated is 4 million, so now we know we don't have 25, we have 21, or 20, or whatever it is. I just don't think we're going one step. I just need way more clarification to me. Maybe nobody else wants it, but I tell you what, I'm concerned about it, so.
I think these reports that we haven't been getting because of Workday and the new program should significantly help us, because I didn't understand a lot too, but I think if we were getting those monthly reports, they would make a lot better sense to us. I can't urge you enough that we need those coming again.
It's getting started.
Yes. Here it is. This is only my second year, a year and a half, and they're required, and it's kind of hard for me to work on budget or anything else that we're going into, and I have no earthly idea. Yeah. We get this, and that's it. So please, I urge you and the auditor's department to find a way, Workday, to get that done, whatever we need to help we need those reports coming in.
I got one more question.
Go ahead.
And so we're trying to buy some more software, Ed? Are you buying more software? I thought this Workday was it.
On 9-6, because of reporting requirements of our audit reports, Workday doesn't have a reporting module in their software, so we're just needing to add this. This is already a budget item. The money's already in my budget to cover this cost, so we're hoping to do this so we can be able to.
This is not what we're talking about. That's further down. That's a different separate item. Or are you looking at?
That's what he was asking.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, yes, it's in the.
It's in the auditor's department, but we have several other things.
Yeah.
If you're through with this one, then
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
go to
through.
that one
I'm
if you
through.
want to.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
No. Did you want to skip forward, or are you
Yeah.
okay going forward? Okay. And so there's no action on this because it was not necessary, and you've already turned in your report, so we can't really do anything. Item number 3, approve budget amendment number 7 for fiscal year 23-24.
Number 7 has a few small entries. There's a requirement from the jail to move some money for the capital outlay. They're buying a piece of equipment that we transfer the month, only $428. The largest one at the very bottom for coastal parks. This is from beach improvements, which is the other fund they have, and moving it into 180. And this is so they have the capability of doing permitting and other necessary requirements they have for coastal parks. The funds are available for these requests.
So moved.
And this is coming out of the coastal parks
That's correct,
budget.
yes.
This is,
Yes.
the funds are available. When you
That's
say
correct.
they're available, it's not coming out of the general
That's
fund.
correct.
Yes, okay. Yes, I'll second your, did you second? I'm sorry. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item 3E4, accept and approve project budget amendment number 3.
There's only one new project. That's the Calderon Building interior improvement functions that we're creating a new project of $13,000. And working with Teresa and Commissioner Gonzalez, we were able to remove some unallocated funds of his department with the $13,000. So there's only one request. Submit budget change order request number 3 for your acceptance.
That's yours,
So moved.
Commissioner. Do you want
Oh,
to? Yeah.
So moved.
We have a
I'll second
motion
you.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item number 5. Discuss and consider reallocating $150,000 from the General Special Revenue Fund, Department 01300, to the Courthouse Security Fund to cover pending expenditures and overages in the current fiscal 23-24 budget. And this, we checked into this because I don't like to do anything that, but it was requested. They knew they were going to have these fees that were going to be required, and we did not put it in their budget. We said we were going to do this at the end. I think that we need to do this differently in the future and allocate it in their budget. But they requested that. We knew this fund was going to be necessary, and we didn't put it in there.
Okay, we talking about what?
On item number 5 for the Courthouse Security Fund.
Sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, so
Yes.
where, the 150,000 is coming from General Special Revenue Fund, Department 0, what department is that? To Court Security Funds?
0130. It's a special revenue fund. It's not a general revenue fund.
Okay, is that, again, my question is that the funds that the JP's security funds go to?
No.
Where does the JP security fund go to?
JP security funds go to 1305, which is where we're trying to move money to, but the money's not coming from another fund to cover it. Just 1305 is our courthouse security, and that's where our judges of the pieces, as well as county clerk and district clerk, apply their revenue from courthouse security.
So we're moving money into, not out of there. Yeah.
Okay, is there any money coming out of
No.
the JP's for anything?
Well, this courthouse security covers all of our securities for our interior courthouse, so they're short of at least $140,000. So that's why we need to move $150,000 this year. And we'll need to make sure this is brought up during budget time because they've added cameras and other security devices, whether we fund it here or we fund it through the general fund. Someone has to be able to fund the additional cost. And if we leave it in 1305, we'll have to have some kind of additional increase, and most likely that'll be a general fund transfer.
Because this is their annual service plan and with their additional cameras and requests throughout the courthouse to put control panels there, so.
I'd just like to have, give me a report on the JP security funds, $5 that they get it.
I'm working on it now.
Okay.
As well, you also asked about the tech fee.
Any money has come out of that fund or not, where?
Well, I will make the motion to approve this transfer for the courthouse security.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 6, you were talking about, Dale, the 3-year agreement for Insight Public Sector.
This is our current software we currently use with our old provider, which is called Cognos DM, Cognos Disclosure Management. It's a reporting module that we have able to prepare our annual financial report, our monthly reports, our budget reports. To do this, Right now, Workday has a reporting module, but it's more of a online site, but we still need to make sure we're able to print documents on it. So we're asking for this 3-year agreement with Cognos DM or Insight Public Services. The $45,436, we already have funds available this year to cover the cost, so we're not asking for additional funds. And we need to make sure that the next 2 fiscal years is part of our budget, and as of next year, we will be reducing our budget significantly.
And how can we approve something that we don't have in yet for our budget going forward? How do we do that? Like, normally we would have a funding mechanism that says we're going to reduce this amount to cover this, and that would be how we would do it, but I don't see how we can do this. Unless you've got your cost savings now that you're going to reduce, that you can make part of the motion that you're going to reduce your budget by those amounts.
Yes, next year, when we get our balances down, we'll definitely be having a reduction next year of at least $400,000.
So are you making that part of this motion that we would approve this subject to these reductions coming out of your upcoming budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, then. Okay, so basically then I would make a motion to approve this agreement with the funding already in place for the year 1 and for the year 2 and 3 funding, that will be a permanent cost savings that the auditor's office will come up with for those 2 years, so that this is a wash in regards to the county budget.
That's correct.
A net zero effect, let's use that term.
Yes.
That'd be my motion.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item F1, Human Resources. Discuss, consider, and take action to reclassify the ARPA-funded, countywide ARPA-funded Attorney 3, let's be clear, within the county attorney's office to be an ARPA-funded Attorney 5 position. And you have the information for us, Mr. Soleil?
Yes, ma'am. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah. Do you have something to pass out? Did we not have backup? Oh, no. Do we have something on there?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Whoops, both. Sorry. Just
Thank you.
there.
Oh, I think we got this. Oh, just new?
Is this different than what's in our packet? Okay.
It's an addition.
This looks like the same thing. Cost to reclassify the position.
It's different from the county attorney's document.
So what are we doing? Someone explain it, please.
This is, do y'all want to explain this for the county attorney's office?
Yes, and there is a clarification. I believe the county attorney's office is requesting that the ARPA-funded Attorney 3 position be reclassified as an ARPA-funded Attorney 4 position and not a 5. And we're requesting that the reclassification be done until September 30th of 2026. Now, in this position, we're hoping that it will continue to do the backlog of CPS cases that the office has, in addition to the remaining, or to assist with ARPA contracts during the remainder of the year, but we'll continue to have the backlog of cases in CPS. We currently we have 2.5 attorneys that are doing CPS exclusively, and they definitely need more assistance with the backlog of cases. Now,
so this is using all ARPA funds?
Yes, this is
through 26.
Yes.
And so
It ends in 2026.
right, so is this considered under contract by ARPA rules, like we talked about earlier, to make sure that, like everybody else has to have everything under contract by end of 24, is this going to qualify? If not, then we could literally do a contract between the county and the county attorney's office or something, but let's make sure we do it right. Pardon?
Yes, so we would need to have some sort of order designating or obligating the funds by the end of the year for this position. and we have not brought forth that.
So I would make a motion that we pass this contingent upon the county attorney providing the court order or interlocal agreement or contract that accurately takes care of us in regards to the ARPA regulations, that this is all under contract by the end of '24. That's very wordy. Sorry, Lorenzo, but that's all.
Very wordy, but also add in that we're very clear this position ends in December 2026, or whatever your date was. This is a September.
We had written it as September 30th, 2026.
Right. That's
Okay,
the fiscal year.
that's fine, but when we have these positions, we fill, and we have employees coming in, then we get
I agree.
in trouble in the end, so I want to make
Clearly
it very
I
clear. Yes.
I agree, Judge. I would
Yes.
put that as part of my motion that
That was what we talked about.
that this be
Yes.
this position ends September
Is
30th
a-
of 2026.
Budget time.
Your Honor, I need a clarification on item 8, because there was a position there for a truck driver in Parks ARPA that had the same requirements.
On item, we'll come back to that one. Let's finish this
Wait,
vote.
which
We have a motion and a second on this vote.
Is that clear enough, Lorenzo? You good?
You're good with my, I was the second. I added the clarification on the date.
The only thing you got to change to a 4 from a 5 to a 4.
Correct.
We've got 5 in here.
Okay, so it needs to be also,
4?
Yes, that's the request, that it be an attorney for.
Attorney for, yes.
as amended to an attorney for by the county attorney at their request. Okay.
Yes.
I thought it was going to be attorney 5.
It was going to be, but
It was, but they're changing it back. They're changing, so.
There's going to be savings from the 370 if they go to attorney 4. I mean, it was savings if they went to the attorney 5, but there's more savings if they go through an
We
attorney 4.
assume, but like Lulu mentioned this morning, when you take out the other vacation and hours and sick, all of that stuff that is accrued, we need more definitive numbers for us. Yeah.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. And I won't dare repeat that motion. Thank you, Commissioner. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. So it looks like we are ready to go into executive session.
Your Honor, item number 8.
Oh, item number 8, sorry, yes, sir.
I
Yes.
just want for clarification is
3A8.
Commissioner, Precinct 2's position, in Parks truck driver, if it's his ARPA funds, that must still be an ARPA and go through the same requirements that we just discussed. I don't make, just for clarification.
No.
right.
And I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Number 5 on number 8.
The
Number 5,
103,000,
It
yes.
says Inland Parks truck driver 1, but this is ARPA funds, it's still funded through ARPA, and they'll still do the requirements that we just discussed.
The exact same requirements that we
Yes,
discussed for
yes.
the county attorney, with the stipulation also that it ends, this is an ARPA-funded
Yes.
position, we do not have to terminate anyone
Already
after that. Yes.
terminated in September.
Yes, okay, perfect. Moving on to executive session, public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there's been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session. The public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with an attorney, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Item A today is consult with the county attorney regarding approval of settlement agreement disposing of Anthony Zamora's civil service grievance case and all claims associated with this grievance. I assume that's 551.071.
Yes.
And then item B, consult with the county attorney regarding the county librarian position and all related matters. Take action in open session if necessary. The same for employment? That's
Yes,
different. Yes.
same, it's still
551.071. I wonder why these weren't included on mine. And C, consult with the county attorney for approval of a temporary supplemental pay increase, 100% state funded, for the assistant facility administrator in the Robert N. Barnes Regional Facility for a term of 6 months and all related matters. Take action in same open session, section 551.071 as well. And we're bringing back 3A20.
Correct.
Discuss and consider discussions with the City of Corpus Christi regarding the use of the 1/8 cent sales tax. Consider moving forward to request an election. Receive public input, such as various public meetings in different parts throughout Nueces County. And that will be section 551.071.
Yes, correct.
Yes. It was like, there's one that's kind of questionable on there. Okay. So it is 12:20, and we are going to executive now. Thank you. It is 1:48, and we are back from executive session. Executive item A, I would like to make the motion to allow the county attorney to proceed with the agreement. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. I guess, do we need to mention we tabled item B to the May 22nd meeting, possibly?
You need to make that motion, Joey?
They're looking like we do. They said yes. Make the motion to table item B to the May 22nd date, next court date.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item C, I have a motion to ask the county attorney and human resources to come back within 30 days immediately in a hurry to come up with a policy that is fair and across the board to all county employees. And
Second. I mean, is that including it? You're saying it?
yes, they will be bringing it back. So we have a motion
Second.
and a second to bring this back with that, with y'all's instructions to process this policy as quickly as possible. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Then item 3A 20.
Yes, Judge, I have a motion to direct the county attorney to provide Commissioners Court options on available vehicles to collect a 1/8 cent sales tax, and to begin discussions with the City of Corpus Christi on the county jail and city detention center consolidation and possible finance options.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And that is all of our motions to address. I want to turn it over for adjournments in memory. I'll let you go first, Brent, if you're ready. I know you have some.
Yes, ma'am. Judge, first one I have is Nancy Sulik, passed away peacefully the night of April 22nd, 2024. She graduated high school in Columbus and went on to graduate from Mississippi State College for Women, where her mother had attended before her. She received her BA in dance and French from the school, as well as a degree from university in France. She traveled extensively throughout her life with friends, family, and students, taking them overseas to France and Austria to perform and study dance. Her travels also took her to England, Italy, Hungary, Spain, and Mexico. She loved spending summers at their hill country cabin and trips to Jack's family cabin in the Adirondacks in upstate New York. Her life work was through education. She started teaching ballet at the Sulik Dance School in the guest house of her home in 1965. In 68, she began Ballet Academy on South Alameda, where numerous kids went in and out of her doors with the fondest of memories. She also taught French at Incarnate Word Academy for many years and dance at Del Mar College. Concert ballet was started in 1976 and provided the community with performances of the Nutcracker and Spring Galas. Nancy had many friends and people who adored her. She was blessed to touch so many lives here in Corpus Christi and abroad. She will be missed and remembered. Second one, tragedy, Connor James Spivey, young man, beloved man, promising young student at London High School, died at the age of 18. He was a cherished son of his father, Gregory Spivey, mother Stephanie Fanger, stepmother Lisa Spivey, stepfather Bob Fanger, and the loving brother of Katrina Baum and Jonathan Edward. Connor was a miracle baby who was born 11 weeks premature, weighing only 2.5 pounds. He didn't let his tough start in life stop him from thriving and growing into a strong, full-grown man whose hugs could literally crush you. Connor was in his senior year at London High School and an expected 2024 graduate. He balanced his academic pursuits with a love for golf, two-time regional qualifier, culinary arts, international traveler, and barbecuing for the London High School barbecue team. The foodie in him sparked creativity in the kitchen as he explored new flavors, bringing warmth and happiness to many. Time truly had no meaning when Connor was snuggled up with one of his many pets. He was especially close to his younger brother, Jonathan. Their bond was unbreakable, filled with laughter, shared memories, unwavering support, and quite possibly a few shenanigans. His memory will be forever cherished as a guiding light in his brother's life. Our condolences to the Spivey family on the loss of Connor. Kevin Lee Berry was born in Corpus Christi to Brenda and Kenneth Berry. Being raised in the coastal bend, Kenneth learned to appreciate all the region had to offer: deep-sea fishing, scuba diving, hunting, and water skiing in the Nueces River. At the age of 7, Kenneth taught him to kneeboard, and soon thereafter he was driving the boat so his dad could slalom ski in front of the river lot. Kevin excelled at soccer, football, track, and field and trap and skeet, and of course making friends with anyone and everyone he met. Brenda co-founded the Nueces County 4-H Skeet Shooting Club, where Kevin excelled with his shotgun, and Kevin passed that hobby along to his children. After graduating from TM in 1999, Kevin drove his Ford Excursion to Texas A&M and joined the Trap and Skeet Club there. Kevin had a love for aviation, which led to the creation of a flight school, Charlie Black Aviation, a trip to Oshkosh, air shows and cross-country trips, and the piloting of various aircraft. One of his favorite planes to fly was a Beechcraft King Air C-90. His service to the community, including teaching financial literacy via junior achievement and coaching 4-H skeet shooting for the Comal Claybusters. Kevin had an entrepreneur spirit. He had a deep faith in Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior. He had a great passion for pouring into the youth groups at Bulverde Baptist Church. Kevin went to be with the Lord on April 29, 2024, when he was a passenger in a helicopter that experienced a mechanical failure. He's survived by his wife, Michelle Catherine Adele Berry, 4 children, Laura Lynn, Carolyn, Nora Jean, Emma Elizabeth, and Kason Lee, parents Kenneth and Brenda Berry, sister and brother-in-law Chelsea and Joseph Briers, and grandmother Laura Dryberry. Kevin was also preceded in death by his grandfather Marvin Lee Berry and grandparents Charles and Nora Black. Our sincere condolences to the Berry family on the loss of Kevin. Finally, a man whose house I spent a lot of time with growing up, Terry Lane Johns, was born on April 14, 1943, died on April 26, 2024. Terry was a larger-than-life businessman and entrepreneur with multiple passions. One of those began his lifelong love for cars and racing. This led him to establish his own successful car business, a natural path to success. Alongside his business achievements, Terry devoted himself wholeheartedly to his beloved wife, Julia, whom he thought was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He showered her with love, blessings, and other treasures, which she returned in kind. Terry was incredibly proud of his 2 daughters and gave them the greatest gift a father can give his children: love, attention, and guidance. Relaying his life lessons to his girls enabled them to navigate difficult life events and pursue and achieve their own dreams. In his 20s, Terry built his own dune buggies, enjoying the thrill of scaling sand dunes and performing wheel stands along Padre Island beaches. His bright orange dune buggy even landed him a spot in a Budweiser commercial. It was a different time then, and he often told the story of his father buying him a car when he was 14 years old that he drove to junior high school. Despite the faulty brakes, he found a bunch of oleander trees to safely bring the car to a stop to every day. Terry is survived by his loving wife, Julia, his daughter, Terry Lynn Johns, her 2 children, Corey and Kate Nilsson, his daughter, Lori Johns Angel, and her daughter, Montgomery Angel, his brother, Jesse Dale Johns, and many cherished cousins, nieces, and nephews. Terry was a very interesting man, lived a full life, and will be missed by many. Condolences to the Johns family on Terry Johns.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I have a few as well. The obituary of Officer Kyle Hicks, 32, who passed away on April 24th, 2024. He was born in Everett, Washington, to his parents, Rob and Ann Hicks, on January 16th, 1992, where he would spend his childhood and younger school years. The family relocated to Texas when Kyle was only 12, where he proudly became a Texan. He received his formal education at Grace Preparatory Academy in Arlington, Texas, graduating in the class of 2010. Kyle lived his life fully immersed in service of others, beginning his working career as an employee of Chick-fil-A, where he met his soulmate, Cassie. In an instant divine connection, the two found a home within each other, and so the life story goes on. Marriage and children quickly followed. The two joined as one on May the 3rd in Arlington, Texas, where Kyle's parents blessed the couple with a perfect backyard wedding. Their firstborn, Riley Jane Hicks, was welcomed on October the 27th, 2014. Kate Andrew Hicks on February the 2nd, 2017. Amelia Kate Hicks, January the 7th, 2019. And Tucker James Hicks on January 13th, 2021. 4 precious blessings that he loved immensely. His family meant more to him than anything else in the world, and he was unendingly proud of his 4 children. Kyle was a compassionate, honest person with strong moral principles, a man of full body and mind and integrity. He was quiet in nature, spoke when he was spoken to. He had a unique sense of humor, and he lived life freely, reminding those he loved that we must enjoy every minute we share together and not to take it all too serious. This beautiful personality we attribute to the work of his amazing parents. Kyle was never afraid to take on new opportunities. Through his tenure with Chick-fil-A, he quickly moved up to the ranks of general manager. This dedication and the willingness to serve allowed him to fulfill a lifelong goal of becoming a police officer with the Corpus Christi Police Department, graduating from the Police Academy on January 27, 2023. The unending stories of his generosity, kindness, and attention to detail while protecting our community continue to bring comfort and joy to his family. And I had the pleasure of being there on January when he graduated from the Police Academy as well. I recognize some of the class members, but our thoughts and prayers go out to the Hicks family and their children and parents, very much so. The next one I have is the mother to one of our employees, Michael Robinson, from our purchasing director. Charlotte Robinson, beloved wife, mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, passed away on April 25th, 2024, in Rockwall, Texas, at the age of 86. She was born on January 30th, 1938, to Estevan and Anita Zimenez in Stockdale, Texas. Charlotte, known for unwavering love and devotion to her family, was the epitome of grace, kindness, and selflessness. She was a matriarch who held the family together with her loving presence and caring nature. Her husband, Don Robinson, her children Roger, Mike, and wife Caroline, John and wife Merritt, and her grandchildren, Taylor and husband Tyler, Morgan, Hayden, and wife Leanna, Connor, Sarah, Rachel, Garrett, and wife Kate, Madison, and Trent, along with her great-grandchildren, great-grandchild, Callan, were the center of her world. She was preceded in death by her parents, Estevan and Anita, and her siblings, Felix, Val, and Angie. Also preceding her in death was her daughter-in-law, Shannon. Charlotte and Don shared 49 beautiful years of marriage, creating a strong and loving foundation for their family. She was a role model for all, someone to look up to for her strength, resilience, and unconditional love. Charlotte's love knew no bounds, and she touched the lives of all who knew her. She had a vibrant personality and was always there to lend a helping hand or a listening ear. Her generosity was unmatched, and she was known for her delicious cooking and always having sweet tea ready for her grandchildren. Charlotte never missed a game, always cheering on her children and grandchildren. She was a huge fan of football and NASCAR. In addition to her immediate family, Charlotte is survived by her sisters, Jane, Gloria, Helen, and Elizabeth, and a host of nieces and nephews who cherished her deeply. She loved to travel, fish, and spend time outdoors, enjoying the beauty of nature. Her presence will be deeply missed. We extend our sincerest condolences to Michael Robinson as well. The next is a brother of an employee here in our auditing department, Bonnie Cison Avalos, a treasured soul known for his humor, handiness, and loving nature, passed away on April 25th, 2024 in Corpus Christi, Texas, due to heart failure. Born on June 25th, 1966, in Manila, in the Philippines. Boney's life journey was marked by his dedication to his family, his passion for his work, and his diverse interests that brought joy to so many. Boney was the cherished son of Aurora Avalos and the late Benjamin Avalos. Boney's journey led him from the bustling streets of Manila to the halls of Embry-Riddle, where he honed his skills in aviation mechanics. His expertise and passion for aircrafts guided him to a fulfilling career as a sheet metal mechanist and aircraft leader. Boney's hands were rarely still, as his work was a testament to his meticulous nature and his profound understanding of the craft. Beyond his professional life, Boney was a man of many interests. He was an avid fisherman, finding peace and solitude in the waters that surrounded him. His love for the ocean extended to maritime aquaristics, where he created underwater worlds that reflected his patience and attention to detail. Woodworking allowed him to express his creativity and his ability to shape the world around him, while his enthusiasm for automobiles showcased his mechanical prowess. He was also a dedicated pet keeper whose love for animals was evident in the care he provided to his beloved pets. These interests were not just pastimes for Boney. They were an integral part of who he was, and they provided him with endless joy throughout his life. Boney's sense of humor was unparalleled. He had a knack for making people laugh, often with a witty remark or a clever joke. His presence was a source of light and laughter, and he will be remembered for the joy he brought into the lives of those around him. He is preceded in death by his father, Benjamin Abelos Sr., and survived by his devoted mother, Aurora Abelos, his 4 loving children, Shane and Shelby, and their children, Tenley and Ezra, Ryan, Miele, and their children, Kai and Summer, Chloe and Landon, his siblings, Aurora Baby, Nathaniel Green, and their sons, John and Aaron, Ben, Boise, Karina, and his sons, Gino and Glenn, Almira, Almy, and her daughter, Angie, and husband, Matt, and Charina, Cherry, and their children, Liam and Maddie. Each of them carries a piece of Boney's spirit, humor, and love with them. As we bid farewell to Benoni Saison Abelos, we celebrate the life of a man who was funny, who was handy and loving in every sense of the word. His story does not end here, for his spirit continues to inspire and guide us. We take comfort in knowing that his legacy will endure through the lives he touched and the memories he created. As we honor his memory, let us remember the laughter, the wisdom, and the warmth he shared so generously. Rest in peace, Boney. Your light will never fade. And we do send our sincerest condolences as well. Are there any others? I think that is all. So I would make the motion to adjourn. And second, all those in favor say aye. We are adjourned. It is 2:06.